Everyone, a call to order. Sorry, Weston. We have a quorum. Could we please have the roll call? Weston.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitten.
Here.
Thank you, Weston. And welcome everyone to the May 23rd, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. James, will you please say the pledge for us tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Please join me in standing, right hand over your heart. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, James. A promotion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, great. Could I make a request for quiet in the audience? We've begun, so if you could stop any ambient noise, because it's really hard to hear up here when people are talking in the audience. Appreciate that. And before we begin, I just want to say a big congratulations. I'm going to embarrass you, Weston, to our beloved city clerk. Can I make an announcement? Okay. It's too late now. Don't do it.
He's already red.
I know.
I'd like.
What?
Go ahead. I didn't call for this.
Weston's getting married on Saturday, so
Oh,
Thank you, Mayor.
I thought he passed the test.
we're just really happy for you, Weston, and we're just so lucky to have you here. And you're such a great member of the staff, and so supportive and helpful. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate
I'm
that.
sorry for embarrassing me.
Oh, I blush.
'cause
I blush easily.
You
but
gave me a look like,
I'm
don't do it.
I'm very happy to be the interim deputy city clerk.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we do have a presentation tonight, exciting one, a video preview of the new City of Ojai website. So, take it away, James.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll keep it brief. I know we have a long meeting, so we have a 1-minute video that James Hahn's going to pull up. We announced a couple meetings ago that we were launching our new website. I would say we definitely were in a test period, and I think we probably still have a couple more weeks of testing. And we're getting emails on occasion of people saying that things that used to be somewhere aren't there, and and trying to figure those things out. But overall, I think response has been pretty positive. I think it's definitely easier to read, and just kind of more aesthetically pleasing, and I do think easier to use once we get used to it. And so with that, Kiara, our events and public information coordinator, has put together a 1-minute video, and I will let her speak for it. So take it away, James. Hopefully it works.
Ojai's new website. Let's explore the homepage. Use the tabs at the top of the homepage to navigate the website. You can also use the search bar to find what you're looking for.
Can everybody else hear?
Can you turn it up a little bit, James?
I'm hard of hearing.
The icons can help you access some of the city's most visited web pages and subsites, like ojairec.com and ojaitrolley.com. Get the latest city news and stay up to date on upcoming meetings and special events right on the homepage. At the bottom of the homepage, you'll find the city's contact information and some additional important links. Check out our new website. Visit ojai.ca.gov.
Okay, and that's it. We kept it short and
Welcome to
sweet.
the City of Ojai's new website.
Thank you.
Let's explore the homepage.
Yep. Oh, yeah, just one time. But a couple points in there that I think are important. We used to have different websites that all look different, like the rec page, the trolley page, and the arts commission page. We've pulled those together under one kind of canopy, and so now they look alike and they're easy to use and easy to find. And then the events calendar at the bottom is very cool. I actually didn't even know until it launched. It has our city meetings and things, but it also has a button for special events, and it's pretty populated with special events in town, so it's definitely worth checking out. So we just wanted to announce that and remind everybody to get on and check it out and test it out. So
Thank you, James. Beautiful work. Thank you, Kiara. Much appreciated. It's really wonderful update. Looks nice photos, too. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we will move on to commission reports. We have two, one from Brian Akins, the Historic Preservation Commission, and one from Valerie Freeman for the Arts Commission. Take it away, Brian. Thank you.
Sure.
Critical. So this commissioner report's just a little bit tough to do. About 10 years ago, my good buddy David Mason was the museum rep on the Historic Preservation Commission. He always had great stories, so I came and sat right there. With him were people like, with David were people like Patricia Clark Dorner, Rose Boggs, Terry Hill, and we even had Craig Walker, who we finally got back on here. I want to just mention that Terry received the HPC Annual Award in 2007, and in 2018 he received the Lifetime Achievement Award. There'll be more on Terry Hill, I think, in maybe a future meeting, but I just wanted to let you know that a man that we all loved very much and appreciated and looked up to passed away this last Saturday at 11 o'clock. So I talked to Claire today. An obituary is being worked on by one of the daughters, and they're putting together their plans for what will take place. But a wonderful man, and I know Councilmember Whitman had a very special relationship with him. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So sorry to hear that. Valerie?
Evening. That was a great event last night. I'm here on behalf of the Arts Commissioner. I'm Valerie Freeman, Arts Commissioner, Ojai City resident, and this is long overdue. Ojai Magazine did a complimentary walking tour of our East City tour of public art. I submitted this back last year in September, and whenever they said they would just put something in when they had extra space. And so I'm very grateful that Ojai Magazine, this is their spring issue, so it's long overdue. I think there's summer issues coming out. But it has city public art and public art. Everything in here isn't city public art, but it's a fabulous tour. And I've been appointed to be head of grants. And that's a huge thing for Ojai because we have such an abundant creative community and a lot of people, organizations applying for grants and not enough funds because we have a limited budget. So the idea came to do a grant writing workshop where we educate the community and creative groups and creative people how to research and find other grants that are outside that they can use to complement the Ojai grant. So they're not coming to us for 100% of their grant. And so Pam Grau, Commissioner Grau, put together a grant writing workshop, and it's Thursday, June 1st, from 2 to 4 p.m. It's at the Ojai Valley Museum, and it's free. And so the City of Ojai Arts Commission and the Ojai Valley Museum are excited to announce a grant writing seminar designed to equip attendees with the knowledge and skills needed to effectively secure funding for their projects. Through this expert-led session, participants will gain a comprehensive understanding of the grant writing process, including identifying funding opportunities, crafting compelling proposals, and navigating the submission and review process. And the instructor, facilitator, is Heidi Whitman, and we're just so excited that she's going to be doing this. And on another note, with the website, hopefully our Ojai Art Grant applications will be available in June for the public to download or swing by City Hall to pick up.
Make sure those get posted.
Thank you.
Much appreciated, Valerie. Great news. The tour looks beautiful and wonderful to have grant writers. Grant workshop. Exciting. All right, we will move on to public communication. And just a reminder, these are items not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation, and we can agendize them for the future. And public comment is 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, you will hear a chime as a gentle reminder that your time is up. Please respect each other's time and the spirit of equity, and stop talking when the chime sounds. There's no giving away time to another speaker. And if you're in agreement with a previous person, please just say ditto. And just want to add, please be respectful of other people's opinions. Even if you don't agree with them, please respect their right to express an opinion. I mean, that is the bottom line of democracy. So I'm going to ask the audience to just refrain from any side comments or conversation, because once again, the ambient noise makes it very challenging for us to hear up here, and we need to be able to make decisions and hear everything. Okay, we will begin with Brian Akins, John Boetti, and Carl Hindman.
And that's why we get here at 5:30. Thank you.
Good point.
Public comments. So I can talk about anything. And so I will talk to you today with a different hat that you may not know about. I am the treasurer of the Friends of Oakview Park and Resource Center. Just to go off subject just for a minute, Oakview Park and Resource Center is where the former Oakview Elementary School was. They closed that school. Both our children went through it. It was looking like it was going to be sold for developers, and the community said, yeah, no way. And so they put out feelers to all of the people that were in that area of influence, and we bought the school. We bought the property. And now it is the Friends of the Oakview Park and Resource Center. Currently has a YMCA group, a Boys and Girls Club there. They have all kinds of activities that go on all the time. The other thing that we're kind of famous for is our wonderful Memorial Day Parade in Oakview. It goes all the way, I still got to get over there and measure it, but it's probably half a mile if I'm stretching it. It goes from Oakview Avenue and Old Ventura Road all the way down to Oakview, or not, Old Ventura Road and Oakview Avenue down to Old Ventura Road and Park Road, which is where Greg Rents knows. Everybody knows Greg. So that is coming up this Thursday. We have a new person, Mindy McQuillan, who's been working on this. Remember the Fallen Soldier. All of the different things that are going to take place. It's very touching. I think she even negotiated with Smokey the Bear to pass out the flags rather than just sit in the fire at the end of the parade. So again, and our own Harry Hunt Jr. is a Grand Marshal. So we will have, his information as well as his father's information mentioned in that. So again, Monday, 10 o'clock. You can go on either end you want, but the parade will come in from the north end. Okay? Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Brian.
You're welcome.
John Boetti, then Carl Hindman, then Marion Niglio.
Good evening, Council. I just want to thank you. Last night you were in session for 4.5 hours. Tonight, who knows, 5 hours, maybe a total of 10. We really appreciate it. So on behalf of the community, thank you. So on May 4th, 2023, a report by the Ventura County Grand Jury into whether council member Francina violated the Ojai Municipal Code's residency requirement for city council members was issued. Their investigation determined that Ms. Francina had not, quote, maintained a permanent fixed domicile within the district from which she was elected since December of 2021. It goes on to say that her seat on the council, quote, became vacated 30 days after violating the requirement. In other words, Ms. Francina has been serving on the city council illegally since January of 2022. Or, for a little more perspective on that, she has served on the dais for approximately the last 30 meetings illegally. Beyond the moral and ethical implications associated with Ms. Francina's transgressions are the possible ramifications to the city of votes she has cast during the time that her seat should have been vacated. As far as I can tell, her votes at the last 30 meetings should be invalidated. Ms. Francina had no more right to vote on city council issues than I or any other citizen would have. One extremely important vote that comes to mind is the vote to send the referendum on the Becker Agreement to the voters in March of 2024. She was in the majority of a 3-2 vote approving that decision. Without her vote, it's a 2-2 tie. With someone else in her seat, the vote quite possibly could have gone 3-2 against. Mr. Summers, I would like to hear your opinion on this matter, but before you do, in addition, I would like to ask why she continues to sit on the council, and in particular, why she is serving tonight when the grand jury on May 4th said her seat was vacated 16 months ago.
Thank you, John. Mr. City Attorney, any comment?
Happy to comment very briefly. As I think folks have seen, the grand jury report is not itself a declaration of vacancy. The grand jury does not have the power to remove a council member from office. Only a court sitting in a court of competent jurisdiction on a final non-appealable judgment has that power. No court, to my knowledge, has ordered that the seat of the mayor pro tem is vacant. Obviously, if a court order is issued, the city will comply with any court order or appeal as applicable. The city council has scheduled the matter for the next regular meeting on June 13th to consider the city's response as an institution to the civil grand jury's 4 requests for response. The council will decide at that meeting what response to make. End of comments. Oh, and actually on the last one, there is an existing doctrine of office or doctrine of law called the apparent office holder doctrine that provides in sum that if there is a question about an office holder having or not having the right to sit in the office, the decisions that were made while they were in office with the apparent authority of the office are valid, even if they're later held to not have had the office. So even if the mayor pro tem is declared later to not have held the seats as of whatever date the court finds it vacant, that doesn't invalidate the decisions made by the city council before. Those will stand.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Okay, next we have Carl Hindman, then Marion Niglio, then Larry Steingold.
I just want to say first off that I understand Miss Francina has not had the best time finding housing in this expensive city. So I wish you the best, and I hope it works out. I don't want people. I'm going to speak tonight about the family of Ojai, and you're part of the family. And I think all these things that are going on are just driving me crazy. I'm going to make some general comments about lawsuits. And what Occam's razor says is usually the simplest solution is usually the best. And you know, this can be solved very easily. If you know these lawyers, if you know them personally, I've heard people say that you know them. I don't know that it's a fact. Just call them up and say, drop the lawsuits. But right now, I've heard of 2. And there's a group called Simply Ojai. They seem to have a lot of attorneys working for them. I'm going to talk about I'm going to define 2 terms that I'm not a lawyer, but this is what they use right now in this country. It started with the left, and now both sides are using it. One is called lawfare. Lawfare. The use of legal systems and institutions to damage or delegitimize an opponent, wasting their time or money, or to deter individuals' usage of their legal rights. So I think it's pretty easy to file a lawsuit. It's cost the city, I believe, $29,000 so far. That didn't have to happen. They could have dropped the lawsuit. A second term, SLAAP, SLAP. SLAP lawsuits stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. Lawsuits intended to censor, intimidate, or silence critics by burdening them with the cost of legal defense until they abandon their criticism or opposition. It is a form of strategic litigation. Do we really want this in Ojai? I don't think we want this in Ojai. Again, Occam's razor, the simplest solution is usually the best. We can all, as a family, we can simply not do this. Why why the expense? Why are the taxpayers paying $29,000 legal defense? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense to pick on this young lady because she can't find housing. I mean, these are political moves that are not important. I think we need to get together. My advice: let's just drop the lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we have Marion Niglio, then Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Tonight, I will address 3 questions. Why have more healthy young people been dying and becoming disabled since 2021? What are the findings of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and what are the findings of hundreds of published papers? And why is this important to employers and employees? First, why have more healthy employed young people than ever before been dying and becoming disabled since 2021? In 2021, Edward Dowd, a Wall Street analyst, brought international attention to the fact that healthy working-age Americans were dying and dying suddenly at an alarming rate not seen before. His research as follows answers the question, why have healthy employed young people been dying and becoming disabled since 2021? Second, what are the findings of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and what are the findings of hundreds of published papers answering that question? A study conducted by Bureau of Labor Statistics confirms that beginning in 2021, the number of employed Americans who became disabled increased from 30 million prior to 2021 to almost 33 million. Mass COVID vaccination began in 2021. Furthermore, there are hundreds of published papers on COVID vaccine-induced cardiac injuries to young people. Many of these published papers are posted on the government website, and findings of serious adverse events came from the papers published in the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccination trials. Finally, all-cause mortality in the U.S. and Western Europe, as exposed by the insurance industry, has increased 40% beginning in the third quarter of 2021. These findings are extraordinary and were unprecedented before mandatory vaccination of employees began in 2021. Third, why is this information important to employers and employees? Business owners. Do you own a business that stipulated that employees must be COVID-19 vaccinated to continue working at your business? Are you still enforcing such a stipulation? Are you aware that a claim as a trespass by way of extortion could be made? How much could a business be sued for if their employee or employees were injured as a result of the vaccine, or worse yet, died from the vaccine? Employees, did your place of employment stipulate that you could lose your job if you didn't get vaccinated? Did you experience a serious adverse event from the vaccine, or were you disabled from the vaccine and can no longer work? Do you know someone at your work who died from the vaccine? If so, get legal advice immediately if this applies to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather, then Wayne Maynard.
I was going to talk about something else, but Sousa Francina needs a home, and everybody here talks about affordability, and we're jumping through hoops for rent stabilization and building housing or not having housing or converting housing. To coin a phrase, I would say, is she the poster child for the problem of Ojai? Solve it. If we're going to solve it for her. Everybody else needs it. That being said, okay, we need money. Last night I ask Mr. Levere for $3 million. He's running for re-election. Use it. Mr. Bennett, Ms. Lamone, we need $3 million. Otherwise, we're going to raise the sales tax and we're going to raise the TOT and affect 1 million people coming here so they can have nice roads so that we can live better, so that we have nice roads and we have nice things and things that are not deferred and maintenance and things get done. Okay, just ask for the money. It's either that or raise the tax. Why don't you propose to raise the tax tonight, put it on the agenda, and say, let's propose to raise the sales tax and the TOT $5 million a year. That'll get their attention. It'll get the inn's attention. It'll get everybody else's attention. Then they'll either come up with the money or we raise the tax. We have no other choice. Where are we going to get the funds? So do something because it's eventually going to happen. So why not just ask them? They can say no, and then it's an election issue.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Wayne Maynard, then Jeffrey Snyder.
Mayor, can I speak to that just real
yeah.
quick before
Sorry.
the timer starts? So just as a reminder, so the council did ask the staff to bring back a report in the next couple of meetings related to tax options that the council can consider. And just as a reminder, almost any tax option that we could think of would have to go through a Prop 218 vote, which then means it will take some time until we have the next elections in 2024. So they are options in the future, but they are not immediate, not necessarily immediate options. So we'll bring that report back soon.
Thank you for the clarification, James.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, fellow citizens. I want to make a little announcement first. As the president of Ojai Democratic Club, Ojai Valley Democratic Club, and also as a committee member of the Housing Task Force, we're going to jointly co-sponsor a homelessness panel on June the 11th at Kent Hall, assuming it's available, Weston. And it will be from 3:30 to 5:30. And we're focusing on prevention of homelessness and long-term transition and housing for homelessness, those two things. And so we have three groups, all local, that are doing great stuff here in Ojai. So we want to talk about, one is Mesa, which is doing for foster kids, and it's a homeless prevention program. We have Help of Ojai, of course, that's in our housing element. I hope we fund them for helping people stay in their homes through their, I forget what it's called, but it's a payment program to help people stay in their homes. And they do other stuff with homeless. And Cabrillo, which has a new development. I'm not talking about the one here in Ojai, but the one in Miramonte, which is, I think it's 40 units, and 20 of them are homeless people with actual disabilities and, serious problems, but also they're going to have a really low-income one for low-income workers. So all of them are going to be talking about strategies for helping homeless. Second thing is, I appreciate Matt's clarifying about the issue of the grand jury, because the grand jury is no different than the DA's statement to this city, which you've all rejected. So I don't know why someone would think that that's law, but it is what Sousa is facing essentially is the result of not, in my opinion, not building houses and homelessness. And I am reading, which I'm going to use as part of this seminar, a brand new book called Homelessness is a Housing Problem. And they show statistically that it's about lack of housing, not drug issues or things like that. And finally, if we had not gone to districts, Susan wouldn't have an issue. We passed a referendum to go to at-large and ranked choice voting. I know there's a legal problem, but I noticed the county of Santa Clara has a local bill by their legislators to allow ranked choice voting in non-districts. So I have contacted Steve Bennett and said, we would like to have our local bill as well, so we could go to at-large and get away from district, because there was no legal reason why we should have been forced to go to districts, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
May I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Are you done?
Well, I wanted to ask the city attorney a question.
Yeah, I wanted to make a brief comment if I could, just to clarify one point. The council's actions last night in the workshop and on item number 2 did not reject the district attorney's request for the unconditional commitment to not repeat Brown Act violations. Instead, the council deferred the consideration of that request to the next meeting on June 13th.
I don't think I said that they rejected it, but maybe I did.
You said exactly that phrase. That's why correcting the record.
At least the council has not said that we violated. They denied that we violated so far. So.
And as noted, the unconditional commitment response per the statutory language does not include an admission nor acceptance of guilt. It simply says, without admitting nor accepting liability, the council commits to not repeat the violations. That's, again, on the future meeting agenda.
I understand that.
It was not rejected.
Yeah, I have two things. I very much look forward to the June 13th meeting.
11th.
Of a statement.
11th. Did I say 13th? It's 11th.
No, yours is the 11th. Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting mixed
I don't
up.
have the
Okay.
calendar in front. Anyway,
Sorry,
the next,
sorry. My mind is focused.
The next
I'm wrong.
meeting, this will be on the agenda, and I'm greatly relieved that I can speak to it at last, because I was not allowed to speak about it, but now I can. But secondly, more important, we had a citizen task force meeting of 10 people last Wednesday morning, and we had the Santa Paula homeless director, and I'm not prepared, Kay Bolton, she's had an exemplary program for about 15 years, and she was on speakerphone because she was helping the homeless as she spoke. But I'd like to contact you tomorrow to find out if we can have a little time on the
Okay,
panel.
sure. And
Yeah.
by the way, you're all invited.
Yeah.
And, we welcome you coming and making statements, asking questions. We're going to try to organize it so that people hand in questions and so, but we certainly will recognize any city council members or staff or anyone to speak on it, because this is an issue that we all should be tackling together
Yes.
in unison, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jeffrey. And I do have a clarifying question for the public, really, for you, Matt.
Sure.
So the grand jury has findings, the DA has opinions, right? And so they're different. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Briefly, yes. The district attorney issued a letter asserting that the district attorney believes the Brown Act was violated in various ways discussed last night, and asked the city to issue an unconditional commitment to not repeat those violations. If issued, that prohibits litigation by the district attorney on that issue.
And that's his opinion.
It's the district attorney opinion,
Okay.
or the statute then triggers a process. The grand jury issues findings of fact and issues recommendations and requests for response, also per their separate statute, and the city has X days to respond to that request for, respond to their findings, and they have specific recommendations that they've made that the city has to respond to, and also one for the city clerk to respond to.
Okay, thank you, because the DA is not a judge, and I think there's some confusion about that.
And most importantly, none of those folks are judges. The district attorney is not a judge. The civil grand jury is also not a judge.
Right.
Judges are judges.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Since you brought it up, I'll make clear that the grand jury at the interview told me all they can do is harass me. And, we were joking about it because they totally understood my situation. They wanted documentation, which I provided, and I'm not going to say again, because several times I thought I had housing, but this time I'm not going to announce it until I've signed all the paperwork and the place is really vacated. But you should know that a number of times I thought I had housing. I've lost countless deposits, but the people didn't move because they themselves could not find a place. It's like musical chairs, okay? And the public needs to understand that. Nobody who hasn't walked in my shoes has any idea what I have been through in the last 18 months. But you'll hear the full story now that I can finally speak. You should be ashamed of yourself, the rest of you, criticizing me.
Wayne?
Shameful.
Thank you very much.
It's Wayne, then Jeffrey Snyder, then Anita Cram.
Wayne Maynard, resident of Ojai. And I really want to say again how much I appreciated last night's meeting and what I learned. And it got me thinking of a couple things when I got home. And first was last year, there was a commissioner attendance report that was given. And at that meeting, I requested that the procedures be revised to where commissioners that are not available for a meeting which causes the meeting to be canceled due to a lack of a quorum, that those be considered absences. My concern, one of the commissions I follow is the Arts Commission. The last 2 regular meetings have been canceled due to lack of a quorum, and I don't know how to look up which commissioners were not available. I think that's important for transparency. Following up on that, several council meetings ago, there was a handout given to the council on a 5-year plan for the Arts Commission, and that's a subject I've been following. I went to their workshop, but there hasn't been any public Arts Commission meeting to discuss a 5-year plan, because I have some concerns on some of the things I heard at their planning meeting that I would like to address. Another issue is I noticed that the Arts Commission budget increased in the budget, and there hasn't been any public hearing or meeting at the Arts Commission discussing their budget request to the city. Last year I was able to have some comments about that. This year I wasn't. So with everything we learned last night, I think we need to make sure we're looking down at the commission level and that the commissions are aware of all the Brown Act implications, including this chain part that I learned about last night. Because I kind of think that might be how business is being done right now. Thank you much.
Thank you, Wayne. Next, we have Jeffrey Schneider, then Anita Cram, and then Balance Sanctuarian.
And Mayor, just on that point real quick, I'll follow up with the staff liaison and make sure that the Arts Commission, they've had some changes and some new members, so we'll make sure that they're aware of the Brown Act. I had understood a lot of that came out of their workshop, which was noticed, but we'll make sure that that's happening and make sure that that's clear. So,
thank you, James.
Okay. Council, citizens, very interesting workshop last night. A lot of things got aired. I came across this quote by Edmund Burke, the great 18th century British statesman, who noted the tendency of politicians to attempt to force cultural change that cannot be won at the ballot box. I think the mess we find ourselves in today is a direct reflection of that tendency. It seems very clear to me that the council majority, and most likely the council legal person, has sacrificed transparency in order to serve their ambitious social and environmental goals. History provides us with many examples of utopian dreamers who feel zealous justification to seize power at any cost, believing that the ends justify the means they take to achieve those ends. This philosophy always ends badly. May we learn our lesson, lest we repeat it. Transparency and truthfulness are always the answer. Admit what you have wrought, seek the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Anita Cram, and then Balance Sanctuarian.
Good evening, and thank you to city staff, mayor, council members for all your work. First of all, I'd like to bring up the tax issue, and I just hope that, and maybe this isn't possible, but I hope you have looked into taxing houses that sit empty for 6 months and 1 day. Because I think this is a huge problem with the housing problem, is that more and more houses are bought up and they're not lived in, and they're basically taken out of the community housing element, or whatever you want to say. And next, I just have to say something about the indemnification discussion. As we know, the district attorney of Ventura County.
That's on the agenda.
Yeah, but it doesn't say there's a public comment on that.
Oh,
it didn't say on the agenda that there was a public comment period for it.
For item number 7. Yep.
I saw nowhere on the,
the items, discussion items don't specifically state that, but there is a public comment.
okay, so that's
And it
why I
is
was
stated on
bringing
the
it up
front page
here,
of the agenda.
because it was not notated.
Okay.
Okay, well, I hope I'm here for that. I may zoom in if I don't, but that's why I came up, because it doesn't say it.
Okay, thank you, Anita. Next, we have Balance Sanctuarian. Did I say that right, Balance?
Yes, that's close enough. I apologize to everyone in the audience because I'm going to start a filibuster now. So, this is filibuster pending. Heavy-winded, omnipresent, loquaciousness, comprehended, loosely filibuster trending, stabled, rearing, fret unending. Impromptu, poetic rending, phantasmagorical, conquest currently bit, now impending. Be divine for balance calls. Heal to break Valhalla's walls. See what appears abundant. Post, pose, vogue. Lust redundant. Check 6 for another's best. Accomplish existence quest. Look, see, be. Motto tested. When you're not pursuing what truly drives you, you're unfortunately not thriving. Life isn't an endurance race. Undisputed, calcified, suppressed, bent, expunged, unsigned, forever waiting, just divined. Corroborates finest wine, infinite appeals prime-timed. Best explore all untested, else end unfulfilled unrest. August Council, irresplendent, discussion winded, unblended. Open-eyed posturing, trust bent, unsolved situ omnipresent. Time, trust, scores uniquely precious, unrealized events specious. Ownership, assumption, unprovoked, unproven. Negativity grooved, stroked assiduously. Predestined pathways innocuous. Shouldered, cold, unsympathetic. Disrespectful, older, debasement strides bolder. Hot Dionysian injection, totally unpickled interim. Longevity stacks substantively, cleaner. Superficiality, non-competitive, spiked emulous. Trust reciprocating resonance. Spiritual consolidation spurs humane harmonic convergence. Forever plentiful sustenance. Unbridled passion, primordial, brash. Adventurous, stashed, courageous, uncached. Unleash beast. Quick dash. Into unknown splash. Exploration pass. Aggressiveness trashed. Echoes, shame, whiplashed. Community casts. Euphoric, high last. Considered constellations. Emulative, aspirate. Protective, fervent solace.
Thank you,
Elegant,
Balance.
crown, consummate.
Thank you, Balance. Time's up. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No, this is filibuster.
Well, I'm sorry.
There's no legal precedent. You cannot.
Mr.
State law
City,
guarantees that if you continue to disrupt the meeting after having been warned that you're being disruptive, then the police chief may remove you. This is your warning. I defer to the council.
Fervent solace.
I'm sorry, Mr. Balance.
Courtliness, urbanity.
Thank you, Chief.
Supportive, empathetic, blaze, valiant, awareness, effervescent, dissemination, enabled, joyous, for tranquil. Spiritual consolidation vested.
Weston, any comments online?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
I have a quick statement.
Sure. Yeah, can we have quiet, please?
This is completely non sequitur, but one thing he did say was harmonic conversion, and I got married on the harmonic conversion of 1987. Just want to put that. It reminded me way back in the day.
Mayor, we have one raised hand since
Okay, go ahead.
that. We have Becky. And we have a little technical. James Hahn, could you please give me access to allow our Zoom guest to speak online? All right. Becky, you have the floor for public comment.
Thank you, Weston. Good evening, everyone. I'm grateful for the transparency workshop last night. I might have learned more had it not been for the continued interruptions, repeated false accusations about others, and overall disrespect for the presenter, the other council members, the staff, and the public displayed by Leslie Rule, Sousa Francina, and their supporters. Since this council's first meetings and beginning in earnest at the January 24th meeting, Ms. Rule has disrupted virtually every meeting, talked over other speakers, insisted on speaking out of turn, and failed to yield the floor to others when requested by the mayor as chairperson. She has bounced on her ball, looked at her phone, rolled her eyes, and made other dismissive gestures when others have expressed divergent opinions or have taken time to carefully select their words. Like a toddler, she demands that she must be heard now without listening attentively and respectfully to others in turn. She and Sousa can often be seen and sometimes heard on a hot mic, talking between themselves, smirking and chuckling derisively at others. This kind of conduct is unprofessional and unbecoming to city council members, and it reflects poorly on the other council members and the community. Council Member Lang spoke last night about how the divisiveness engendered by Ms. Rule has negatively affected her life. Yet Rule's disrespect continued throughout the meeting, even in her insistence that the way she wants the law to read is how it should read, rather than the way the highly qualified presenter informed us that it does read. Democracy depends on following the rule of law and the ability to engage in civil discourse in order to find the strength inherent in our diversity. Yet both Ms. Rule and Ms. Francina show an utter disregard for the rule of law, insisting that what they want should be the law and that they are somehow above the law, yet still entitled to expect others to support them financially. People complain about the council not getting enough done. If you cannot agree to behave according to the rule of law and the rules of order and other protocols established for the council meetings, how can anything productive ever get done? It's time for you to both stop wasting everyone's time and clean up your acts. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Quick comment, please. I wanted to thank Becky for that constructive criticism. I will take it to heart, and I will hope to do better in the future. So feel free to come back anytime and give me an analysis of how I'm doing. Thank you.
We have one more raised hand on Zoom. Renee? Renee, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. You know, I looked up some terms, and I think they're really appropriate for what we're hearing lately right now. Derogatory comments or opinions are statements that express a negative or disparaging view towards a person, a group, or a subject. They typically involve disrespectful, offensive, or demeaning language or attitudes. Derogatory comments can be based on facts such as race, ethnicity, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or other characteristics. But derogatory comments are often intended to belittle, insult, or demean individuals, and they can have a harmful impact on other people's reputation or sense of belonging. Such comments contribute to a toxic and disrespectful environment, perpetuate stereotypes, and can promote discrimination or prejudice. It's important to foster a culture of respect and understanding where individuals are treated with dignity and equality. I would hope that our city council members are engaging in such kinds of respectful and understanding conversations and social discourse, engaging in thoughtful and constructive dialogue, avoiding derogatory comments or opinions, and promoting empathy and acceptance are key to maintaining a positive and inclusive society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. That's it, Weston?
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the consent calendar. We have actually two public comments on this one, so we'll take those first. First, we have Larry Steingold on 1B and then William Wyrick on 1H.
What are you pulling?
And you're going to...
I have a, yeah,
Okay.
when do
You
I
wanna
tell
pull-
you that?
okay.
Yeah, I'm going to pull, certainly want to pull B.
Okay.
And I want to pull D.
Okay.
And also pull H.
H, okay. All right. So we'll first have Larry Steingold on B. which is the warrants. Thank you, Larry.
Larry Steingold, citizen taxpayer and resident. We have a legal bill of 47,000 and change. That's a run rate of about 560,000, which is about 200,000 more than the budget. What isn't going to get done? We already know what stuff, we're already going to be light on the budget. So if we can know now what's not going to be paved, what is going to be deferred? Because these legal bills are not going to go away and they're going to keep getting higher. So what are we going to give up? Can you make that determination now? Because I know Mr. Vega in Public Works is certainly going to know what we're going to have to give up if we're short money. So, Mr. Vega, please.
Yeah, just, is that the end of your comment? Sorry.
No, but
I don't want to
yes.
stop your time. Okay. And just to speak to that, we've had a series of budget workshops and we talked about the choices we have to make. And if we need $200,000 more for legal costs, then it means there's $200,000 less for something else. So anybody can go back and rewatch the budget committees and the budget workshops where we went through those. We did go through those in detail, and we'll have one more budget hearing after tonight to talk about it again, just to answer Mr. Steingold's question. So.
Thank you, James. Next, we have William Wyrick on 1H, which is the potential septic system issue.
First of all, yes, please approve this. I just want to speak about something entirely different, and that is that I think that in this entire problem, first we need to recognize it's not a potential septic problem. It's a problem that's been going on for decades. It's been known to be happening every time the water level rises when we have a large rain event. And the climate change scientists tell us that we're in this part of the world, we're likely to have a more regular type of delivery of rain in large episodic events rather than in long-term averages. So this is a problem that's not going away, but it's known to be a predictable problem every time we had a big rain event. And the water table rose. This is not new. But we have an agency problem, and that's what those of us in the economics world called a problem with incentives in terms of achieving the best practice, the best design for the situation. You talk to old timers in this valley and they say, we really could see this valley dry out when we changed the way that we treated our effluent to not be reused and recharged inside the valley, but instead discharged outside the valley below Foster Park. Clear additional drying out of the valley. We don't want to make that mistake again as a best practice. We need to address the septic problem in 200 plus homes, but we should do it in a way that doesn't further dry out the valley. In other words, just put it into the existing system and have it discharging below Foster Park. Best practice, I would contend, consider, is that we have a scalping plant arrangement where we can displace the use of potable water for irrigation in, say, the Ojai Valley Inn, Villanova School, Ojai Valley School. We address the problem with infiltration of E. coli, contamination of our groundwater, and we could also set it up for greater recharge and surface flow support for our habitat restoration. The problem is, what agency has the motivation to think about that best practice? We really don't have one. And I would think that the best approach for staff to think about is to consider filling that vacuum, trying to achieve the best practice, maybe partner with some private, private sourcing financing as well as government financing, and to think about perhaps we need to form a new type of arrangement like we did to buy our private water system and make it public. Maybe we need to consider a community facilities district to achieve this. I think partners like the Ojai Valley Inn could be also solicited to help pay for this. I also think,
Can he,
thank you very much,
can
Bill.
he finish his, this is so important. Do you just need a half minute?
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Likewise.
I also things like, for example, the capacity charges that are usually assessed on new sewer connections could maybe help to finance a proper best practices approach to reuse of effluent. And I think it's a golden opportunity for us to maybe have further effluent treatment for recharge and displacement of potable water use for irrigation beyond just the 200 ohms that we need to fix for septic. So I just wanted to offer those thoughts from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments online, Weston?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, Councilmember Rule, you pulled B, D, and H?
I did, and funny enough, the speakers have mentioned exactly what I was going to mention about the legal bills. I think we need to get them under control, and the last month was 36,000. So we need to figure out. We either need to put more money in the budget and be realistic about what it's going to be, or we need to start keeping a better watch on how the funds are spent. For instance, I think that we ended up in litigation with Tully, the approval of the council, with an estimation of maybe 10, 15, 20, and where are we now? Just question, I mean, we're double at least that. We started out with litigation on Pine Mountain for 10 or 15, and we're at least double that. And these are still things that are, they're still live. So I think I just want us to focus our efforts around the budget on figuring out, and being a little bit more cognizant of what we spend legal fees on, and talk to our community about potentially not suing us at every particular turn, because we have no option but to respond and spend money that could be used in other ways. So for every time we get sued by anybody, it's going to cost us minimally $5,000, and that's if nothing occurs from it. So I think our citizens need to know that, and and we need to keep better track. I would hate for us to spend over $500,000 on litigation, because it will be what we don't. What else don't we do? And I see these warrants, every month, and it's a huge amount of money. And I know that I am not aware of how the money is really spent. I have only a vague knowledge of what lawsuits are where and where they are in process, and how much we might continue to have to spend on them. And unless you know that, you don't have enough information to come back and potentially say, no more good money after bad. We're not going to change that particular situation. What are our other options? Litigation goes on forever. So it's a big concern of mine, and that's what I wanted to bring up by pulling this particular warrant. If you look at the other costs, and I did have another question, actually. Just really briefly, what is the $86,000 reimbursement? How does that work? It says if you go here, it's 86,000 grant reimbursement. So did we get the money?
No. So
how does that work?
This is the payment to the designers of the ATP project. So the design engineers, Steve, who was at the meeting, who presented, this is the payment to them. Our note, I've asked the finance department to note anytime that it's a payment that we're making that we expect to be reimbursed for.
Oh, okay.
Just so people understand
Thank
that that's
you.
not out of the city's pocket at the end
Great.
of the
That
day.
was my question.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Thank you.
Good. And D?
Mayor Council, if I could briefly
okay.
comment on
Yeah.
the legal bills. So certainly we're aware that the bills have trended high. I'm happy when my litigators are in their cages and I get to focus on advisory, which is my heart, passion, and soul. Obviously, we have been sued in a number of recent cases, and the council is aware, and we're happy to make the council further aware of the details. But we're certainly cognizant of the need to cut costs and the need that every dollar spent on lawyers is a dollar not spent on paving, a dollar not spent on parks, and we'd like to minimize those as much as possible. City manager and I have had conversations about shaving off on the edges, and then looking at, as opportunities arise to the council, to take a lawsuit and make it not a lawsuit, mindful of what that might mean on the back end. We bring those discussions to council in closed session as appropriate, and we'll continue to look for those opportunities.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for your, thank you for discussing it and bringing it to the fore. Thank you very much.
And then D?
D, just really briefly, James, I was wondering if you could explain to me in very simple and, very quick language what is, I think I understand what the annual GAN appropriations limit is. You can only appropriate, well, you tell me.
Yeah,
Thank
that's it's funny because when we do our tax report, this is going to be a topic that people aren't going to want to hear about. But we were waiting till that time to really talk about it. But we do it every year. This is where it is. But in short, a long time ago, a law passed to try to limit the ability of cities to just keep taxing people. And I think the average resident would say that's a good thing. For us trying to run a city, maybe not so much, especially when we're in like a weird situation, a unique situation where like in Ojai, taxes were historically low. And so when a limit got put on us that can only adjust by inflation, we're essentially locked into, we will have lower taxes than other agencies. There are some ways sort of around it that we'll talk about when we bring the taxes back. We can have taxes for specific purposes if they fit into certain categories, and those wouldn't count towards our limit. But the reason it's on the agenda tonight is because every year we basically have to adopt a resolution saying we are taking that inflation adjustment so that now we have a new limit. But it is an interesting thing. One thing for us is with the hotel tax increase and with hotel prices increasing so much, we are probably getting close to a point where we're going to have to start thinking about this. Whereas in the past, it was like never even a concern that we might hit the limit. Mm-hmm. We're watching it now, and we're prepared to come back to council and talk about that as it occurs. But so we'll go more into it at that meeting. Like I said, for the purposes of tonight, we're just taking the what's allowed by law, the inflation increase. So tonight's item is very minimal, but it's an interesting law with interesting background. So.
Thank you.
One additional point is that reserves created to fund qualified capital projects do not count against the GAN limit. So if the city sets aside a portion of Measure C's revenues in one year to pay for capital project paving or whatnot the next year, that doesn't count against the GAN limit. So it's one of those things where you've got details on both sides of the calculation. What adds up to proceeds of taxes and what adds up to appropriations taxed against or counted against that limit. And so that also allows for some flexibility.
Great, thank you.
And then H.
Yeah, I actually, some of my, while the Arbelot is not my district, I do have constituents who have friends and family who have been emailing me about kind of what is going on. And I have been unable, and I'm just unclear as to really what is going on. And as I read through this, once again, I just wanted, and thank you, Bill Wyrick, for that explanation. It was very helpful. It's actually kind of what I was looking for. And I know that there are options. I know nobody really wants to talk toilet to table because it's a scary, who would? But, if my question was really, how deeply are we delving into solving this problem with an eye towards a water, with a lack of water, or the system that we talked about, the huge drownings that we're going to get, things like that.
Yeah, with this item, the intent is basically to get the council to approve for us to try to start those conversations. Mm-hmm. Because, the comment was there's essentially a vacuum where there's a lot of agencies pointing their fingers at each other. Right. I would caution everybody that that's not a reason that the city of Ojai should say we'll take on a $200 million liability, which that number is out of thin air, but it might not be far off from what we're talking about. And there's a reason why when residents pay taxes to certain agencies and pay fees to certain agencies, those agencies need to be held responsible for the service they're supposed to provide. And I do think in Ojai, it's worked because we're small and everything, but we tend to say well, they're not doing it, so let's do it. This is going to be a very expensive, let's do it if we go that way. So the point of this item is not for us to say no one else is doing it, so we're taking it over. The point of this item is to say we want to get people talking and figure out who should be the person doing it, who should be responsible, and make sure that they're talking. Because I think when we started to get letters out and things like that. We took some sort of urgent action. I wouldn't call it emergency action, but when the rain hit, we took action because nobody else was, and we notified agencies. And I did not get the impression that it was really on people's radar. So we're sort of taking the first step to start those conversations and getting it on the appropriate agency's radar. So from there, we'll come back. That's all this is at this point. This isn't, creating an assessment district. It's not, us creating a department that's now going to do this, because we don't have the money to do that, and it's not in the budget. This is to start that process, and then as we sort of start figuring things out, we'll come back with regular status updates.
So basically this is basically us giving you the go-ahead.
To spend some time and
Just-
energy
right,
on
to
it.
start the process
Right.
of figuring things out and talking to other agencies.
Exactly. And we, like I said, we started that under sort of an urgency. So this is a little bit of a ratification. When the rain was hitting and we saw the E. coli report, we acted quickly. I'm getting the council's okay to A, ratify that, and B, to keep talking to those people.
Great, thank you.
So.
All right, is there, oh, sorry.
Comment. Commenting on H again. I debated whether to pull this item also, and I decided, as I have all along, to allow James to keep pulling this issue for us forward as in his discretion about how to handle things. But he and I have been talking about this issue for, I think, about 3 months. We did very early on bring Matt LaVere into the loop because each of these, I'm going to call them seasonal streams, but if you drive around the Arbolada, there's little gullies and pathways. Most of them originate in the county with county residences. So it's a tremendously complex issue to take 2 different jurisdictions and get them both involved. James very early on spoke with county public health because as a little city, we don't have a public health department. So we rely upon the county when we have a public health issue to give us advice about, where are we and how close are we to the threshold. But I think a little bit of history is that about 15 years ago, this same issue was brought up with, bacterial findings, and a neighborhood district formed in the lower Arbolada, mostly along Paseo del Mar, and they pooled together to fund an extension of the sewer system to their neighborhoods. And I have looked at a bunch of different communities that have been faced with this issue, and one of the solutions is the state comes in and says, you can't continue to operate through septic tanks, and they issue all kinds of draconian orders and costs everybody a lot of money. Other communities have anticipated and not wanted that to happen, and they have come forward to voluntarily work on funding for extending the sewer to neighborhoods. And those have been funded in part by grants from the government and funded in part by individual homeowners paying the cost of getting their sewer line to a new sewer, and they may end up paying part of that new sewer cost too, the sewer main. I spoke with Salud Carbajal, our congressman. He has a water analyst on staff, and she was very generous spending time with me. she said that, one, she's ready, willing, and able to come and attend a meeting and talk to us about what funding is available. She talked to me about a potential source of funding, and then got back to me to say, yes, you would. She was concerned that. So I think this is even in the report, but Ojai oftentimes misses out on federal funding because the federal funding is targeted to communities that are in need, and we're not viewed that way, although we may sometimes feel like we're in need. But in any event, she indicated that there are Federal Department of Agriculture loans, let me back up. Federal Department of Agriculture grants that would pay for about 40% of new sewer line installation. And then there are federal low-interest loans available to fund the rest of the sewer main. And then the rest of it would, she said, typically be picked up by the homeowners who have to convert from the septic system to the sewer. So she thought it was a very good idea to have a community meeting, and that she would be happy to come and talk about it. I think that what the community needs to understand is that all of those people who are on septic tanks potentially are looking at a expense. And although those homes in the Arbolado look like they've got to be extremely valuable, there must be abundant money available, I don't know that that's true. And so it's a scary proposition to say, hey, let's do this when we're potentially throwing a big bill in the laps of a whole bunch of homeowners. But it's a very difficult situation that we're dealing with. I'm very confident in how James has been handling it so far. And I would just say that if people want to take affirmative action, I would, and get ahead of it, I would say that it would be a good first step to talk to Salud Carbajal's water analyst. Her name is Wendy Moda, and she is extremely receptive to hearing and helping us.
I have a question.
Thank you for that, Andy. Yep.
Yeah. Every 10 years or so, we discuss if there's residents that want to become part of the city. And I heard you say that it's more difficult because there's 2 jurisdictions working on this. Is part of the conversation,
No, that's not part of the conversation. And it's more than 2 jurisdictions. It's several entities, because I think people kind of turn on the TV. This is my theory, and I'll get on the theory a little bit. But when you turn on your TV and you see the news, and it's usually the city of LA, and the city of LA provides every service to its residents, and people will go, well, I'm sure the city of Ojai is like that. We're not. We don't have a water department. We don't have a wastewater department. We don't have our own trash department. We contract all those things out, or there's other agencies that do them. So, I think if you're watching the news and you're watching in LA and they say there's a wastewater problem or a sanitary district problem or a sanitary problem, usually you hear that the city's handling it. We don't have a water department or a wastewater department. So there's actually multiple agencies involved. What I think the primary agency that we have contacted, that the letter that we sent to them is in the packet, is actually the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board. But the Arbolada is partially city, partially county, so we're also involved. And then there's the sanitary district, so they're also involved. And then there's the county environmental health department. So it's more than just that. It's not an annexation conversation at this point, and I don't see it going that way. But that's ultimately, that's almost a separate conversation that the council can choose to have.
And if I could make one further point, the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board is a state entity. The state has a water quality control board. It's the whole state. There are 9 regional boards. The Los Angeles region is LA and Ventura counties. I think a little bit of Orange County. And that is a well-funded state entity charged in part with regulating septic systems and entities that don't have a local agency management program, which we do not. They have significant funding for this purpose that they have so far chosen not to use. So in the coming conversations, one of the key questions to the state is, you are funded for this, you have power to solve this, what's up?
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for, go ahead, Leslie.
One other
Well,
comment.
I'm sorry, Leslie.
Go ahead.
I just had 2 quick questions that, weren't that. Number one, how bad was it? I'm just curious because I really, like you hear varying stories, like just sort of how bad was it? And then my second question is just an infrastructure question. Are there tanks is their septic system right now buried tanks? What is their septic system?
Yeah,
just a buried tank. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Andy?
So-
How bad it was, the county environmental health folks who looked at it when we called and said there may be an issue, said that's an issue and needs to be solved, but they didn't view it as an emergency issue.
Thank you.
If I could speak a little bit to that, because I think sort of the issues like this that you hear that are emergency issues are typically areas that people either drink or swim in.
Right.
And so you'll hear about, and I've heard a lot of people say, like, these test levels are equivalent to beaches closing, right? Because people swim in the water and get it in their mouth. These are not situations anybody who's drinking water, swimming in it. So I think, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I think the county's like, so what's the deal? Why is this an emergency? And they didn't view it as an emergency. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the answer there is that you don't let your kids go play in the stream that it has formed after a rain during the rainy season. And I used to lifeguard at the beach, and we had to deal with that all the time because, these sloughs would form. And, we had to let people, don't swim in there because the bacteria levels are really high. But I also wanted to point out that I think Bill has a good idea that we should be thinking about how to save our water. But one thing, unfortunately for us, is that, and Bob Daddy talks about this all the time, is that there's a cap of clay throughout most of the Ojai Valley, and that does not allow us to effectively do settling of water back into our system, but there are all kinds of ways that you can treat water before it hits the Ventura River and use it generally agriculturally, and they have these micro plants that could potentially, I would assume that somewhere in all of that grant money that is available, that there is some smart person who can analyze what we might be able to do to not just let all of our water flow to the ocean.
Rachel?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also there's all kinds of new research about certain kinds of plants that digest and fungi that digest bacteria and waste to filter water. So I think, and Councilmember Whitman and I serve on the Sanitation District Board, and I've learned so much about water. It's really fascinating. I love it. But I would really be interested in starting a conversation, actually, if you'd be open to it, Bill, about what kinds of solutions we could come up with.
Great. And thank you, James, for being so proactive on this and communicating, and the council for being proactive. Also, Andy, for reaching out to Salud. Much appreciated. Thank you, Bill. So let's collaborate and work on this. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, wonderful. All right, we will move on now to the public hearing. This is item number 2, the levy and collection of assessments for landscape and lighting. And thank you, Lindy, for being here.
Well, and Lindy's doing the CIP, so I'll take this
Never
one.
mind. Like to scare you. Sorry.
We should have cut her by surprise as a test.
Jumping ahead, yeah. You're on.
So we have a long agenda, so I am going to do my best to try to keep staff reports very brief. And the brief version, this is a annual item. We do it every year. In the past, it's been routine. Hopefully it's routine. But the city has 3 districts. 2 are lighting and landscaping districts. They're actually, I'm making it more complicated already, but it's actually the same district twice because the costs went up. So there's a landscape and lighting district and then an overlay of that. And then there's a plaza maintenance assessment district, which is the landscape and lighting district is citywide. The plaza maintenance district is the plaza. And so every year, as part of our budget process, as part of requirements to comply with the requirements for assessment districts, we have to come forward to the council. We have a process where we have to have multiple agenda items leading to the public hearing, which is tonight. And the public hearing is to actually adopt the resolution that orders the work and levies the assessments. And so this actually makes it official for the next year. And so just quick background, the lighting district, lighting and landscape district pays first for streetlight expenses through the city, and then any remaining funding can be used for curbs, gutters, and street trees. And then the plaza maintenance district is for maintenance of the plaza. So this is how those projects are funded. And so with the staff report, there's an engineer's report that breaks all of this out and gets into detail and shows every zone and how much each zone pays and all of that. But at a very high level, we go through that process every year. We've gone through the process this year, and we are recommending adoption of that resolution to order the work and levy the assessments. I think the question that comes up every year, and we haven't really ever answered it, and Lindy and I are committing to try to answer it in this coming year, is every year there's a chicken or the egg question, and it's, are people happy with their service, and do we need to increase the costs to give better service? And I know when I started, I was asking that question, and it was always the chicken or the egg. You'd say, well, are people happy with the service? Well, it's the best we can afford. Well, would they pay more? Well, no, because they're not happy with their service. And so you kind of got stuck in this spot. I think we've started to hear over the last 2 years more complaints periodically about people saying that it would be nice to get additional repairs and improvements in particularly in the plaza maintenance district. So this resolution adopts it basically at the same level it's been. But Lindy and I have committed, and we actually included it in one of the reports along the way. We recommended actually this year hiring somebody to analyze that and then make a recommendation as part of next year's budget process, essentially to tell the community we can do this higher level of service and here's what it costs, and then we can have that public conversation and see what people think. So we're committing to do that over the next year, but for now we're recommending adopting this to cover the service for this year.
Great, thank you, James. Any questions from council?
I actually have what would better service look like? Brighter lights, longer times?
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
it's-
what would that look
It's
like?
the second piece, because the first thing that these districts pay for is the lights.
Mhm.
If there's money left over, we could do additional things like sidewalk improvements, curb improvements, gutter improvements, even things like trash can improvements of the plaza and increased service levels. I think the comments we heard last year, somebody who said we used to leaf blow the plaza a couple years back, and that went away at some point. And it probably went away because basically the dollars we collect every year stay the same, and as costs go up, I think over the years people have cut out things that used to be there. So the better service would be kind of restoring those things.
Okay, and I'm assuming, I'll just ask a quick follow-up question. I'm assuming that this isn't where we talk about more lights.
So this item
Yeah.
is just to approve paying
Okay.
for the ones we have.
Okay.
But that's something, it's always something that could be added as a future agenda item.
Yeah, just as an FYI, I also hear that quite often. Safety, lights, those kinds of things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Nope.
I do have a question. In this budget, is there any plan for like climate related?
No, and so this was not updated since basically 2012. In 2012, they adopted kind of like the 5-year rates, and then nobody's ever adjusted them since then. So at that time, there was no plan for that. It was solely paying for keeping the lights on, essentially. So no, it doesn't include any of that. I'm not sure offhand what we would be able to charge to that. Measure C, the hotel tax, was passed with that as a category that we where we could use Measure C funding for those projects. So I think we can look at that as part of the analysis, and then at the end of the day, it might be, if we can include some of that in here, then that would be one option, or the other would be prioritizing Measure C. So.
Okay. Because, I was thinking that adding like shade trees,
Mhm.
Having solar
Yeah.
lighting.
Yeah, I think that some improvements that could be made to the plaza, for example, could have those benefits, even if this isn't specifically for, climate projects. But adding shade trees, that is something
Yes,
that
I
could
saw
be
that.
done
I
under
noticed
here.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. We have one public comment, Wayne Maynard.
Hi. Wayne Maynard, I'm a resident. I live on San Antonio Drive. It's one of my houses. And we had a neighborhood dinner party a couple weeks ago. And about six of the neighbors got together. It was a great event. For whatever reason, the topic of streetlights came up. And
That sounds like a
that's why
boring
I'm
party.
here, okay? So San Antonio is a cul-de-sac off of Grand Avenue. And it is fully illuminated. And at night, in the summer, I can't open my window and get air in because, well, I can open my window, but I have to leave the blinds down, the blackout, so I can fall asleep, okay? Too much light. And so I was kind of nominated to represent the community, our little group, and come and see if there's anything we can do. Thought we had is if there's a process in the city where we can get some shades installed. I've seen it done in other communities where it directs the light down and reduces the amount of glare light that comes out from the sides. So I'll probably be talking to Public Works folks about that, to see if that's an option that we can do. And if it's costing, I'm sure our neighbors will pitch in to help with the cost on that. But another option would be to turn the lights off. We do have a dark street or dark sky ordinance. And non-compliant lights are supposed to be turned off at 10 p.m. And I think when you look at safety and people walking and stuff, maybe that's an option. Maybe we can turn the streetlights off at 10 p.m. And save some electric costs. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Wayne, for your,
something?
just once, I'm talking to the, I just want to say thank you, Wayne, for representing your neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really nice of you.
I think it's great you brought that up, but have you talked to the city about it? And
Not yet, this was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, because the
Just
dark
a few weeks
sky
ago, and
ordinance.
my plan was to go talk to the Public Works folks to find out
Yeah.
if there was a way we could get some shades put on the lights.
Yeah, that should be definitely happening, because it doesn't sound like it's compliant with the dark sky ordinance.
I assume that the city exempted themselves from the dark sky ordinance.
What?
I don't think we did. I don't think we did. So let us know kind of where you're seeing them, if it's in a particular area. We do, I was going to answer, but I think Councilmember Francina mentioned, we have a dark skies ordinance, and so we do typically require people to angle their lights down. So if that's an issue, let us know about it. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, just, I'm your council, you're in my
Yes.
district, and so just like the Slow Down Drown crew, if you have any concerns, please feel free to reach out to me. I love connecting and I love helping, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Any comments online, Weston?
No, Mayor.
No, can you address, well, I think. Council?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we've done the public comment, finished.
Yeah, well, we're still in public comments, yeah.
So I was on the Green Coalition's Dark Sky group that advocated for the unincorporated areas. And in the process, we looked at the towns. And what we saw was very lax in terms of regulating. So as I recall, it did not require people to actually go and change out. It's only when their lights ran out or they had to retrofit them. Where we made a more aggressive move in the unincorporated areas, even though we got some resistance from some county supervisors. But you might want to look at that ordinance, because my recollection was it did not require, it just was anybody that did new installations had to do dark sky things. So that may be why existing lights are not compliant with dark sky. So it would be a good survey to do, particularly with city property. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. That's it, Weston?
Yes, none on Zoom.
Okay, we will close the public hearing now and move on to discussion.
So I'm just going to make a quick anecdote for Mr. Baynard. I understand that sentiment completely. I've got a neighbor. 20 years ago, I had a neighbor next door whose house was very close to the street, and there was a one and only street light across from his bedroom, and he would shoot out the street light every time they replaced it. And so the new owner of the property long ago built a guest house in the back, and when they're there, they live in the back. But so it's not an issue anymore. But it is. I bring that up more than anything just to say that there, that's a two sides of the coin issues. There's always going to be some people who want more light, and then there's going to be some people who want less light. And so I guess that's why we're here.
Well, I'd like to just put a motion on the table first, that we adopt the resolution ordering the work and levying the assessments for landscape and lighting, and direct city clerk to transmit documents to the county.
I'll second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments? No. Okay. We need a roll call. Roll call. Okay.
Roll call.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, all right, we will move on to item number 3, the commission composition. Introduction of an ordinance modifying the size and structure of the Historic Preservation Commission and Parks and Rec Commission, and discussion of appointment process for all city commissions.
I have a quick question, just oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Sorry.
We have a staff report, James?
Yeah, it's just, this is round 2 of the conversation. We had the first part of the conversation April 11th, where we brought back the requests from each commission about whether they would prefer to be 5 or 7 members. We brought that back to council. At that time, there were 2 commissions that wanted to be considered to go to 7 members, Historic Preservation Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission. The language regarding all that is in the ordinance, so we noted at that time that we'd have to bring the ordinance back for adoption to make that change. So this agenda item is intended to include that ordinance that can be introduced to make that change. And then second, at that time, the council also asked for the opportunity when the item came back to talk about the appointment process for all city commissions. And so that can be discussed as part of the item, but the ordinance, because the ordinance wasn't drafted to make that change yet, so whatever direction would come, we'd then we'd bring back as an ordinance. So essentially, we're talking about the 5 or 7 members for HPC and Parks and Rec, and what the appointment process is for any and all commissions. So
Thank you, James.
we can
May I
answer
clarify?
questions.
Are you talking about 2 different ordinances or adding both items into one ordinance?
No, so the ordinance is specific, the ordinance as of now that we've drafted is specifically related to
Number.
it's related to the number, it's related to the HPC and the Parks and Rec. So
Yes.
those can be discussed pretty fully under that ordinance.
Yes.
And then if there were other commission changes, then we would need to bring an ordinance back with that direction.
A separate ordinance. Thank you.
I also have a clarifying question. So if this ordinance passes and another commission or committee would like to expand, is that going to be a relatively easy thing to do? In other words, we might be able to put it in the consent calendar, or do we have to, will it have to be this whole process again?
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
The language is in the code, which is what triggers all the, formalities. So the language is in the code. So we have to amend the code by introducing and adopting an ordinance. I'll let Matt answer if there's a simple way to do that, if we could do it on consent. I don't think so, but.
Legally, this kind of an ordinance can be done on consent, both introduction and adoption. We usually put adoption on consent. Introduction sometimes requires a public hearing, like the zoning ordinances. So planning commission, for example, would be a public hearing because that's in the zoning ordinance. The other commissions could be introduced on consent. The other thing I would note is the current protocols require that there be express affirmative direction from council at a meeting on an agenda to draft an ordinance. So that would be so right now it's 3 trips to council. Direction to draft an ordinance, then introduction, then adoption. The first one exists, the last 2 exist by state law. The first one exists by council protocol. Council could amend the protocols to delete the first trip and just have future agenda item, draft an ordinance, and then that would be 2, and then 3 would, of course, be to put it on consent and adopt it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we will move on to public comment. First, we have Brian Akins and then Valerie Freeman.
Hello. So now I'm before you with my Historic Preservation Commission chair hat on. As I noted, first let me know, in case you haven't picked it up over the many years that I've said so, I am a resident of Oakview. I have been a resident of Oakview for 42 years. I like the view. I love my neighbors. I was going through the new website. I went through commission vacancies, commission documents, Historic Preservation Commission requirements, and I came up to this document, which is dated actually June 17th, 2015. And it says no more than 3. It says there is hereby established a City Historic Preservation Commission consisting of 7 members who shall be appointed by the mayor subject to the approval of the council. No more than 3 members of the commission shall be non-residents of the city. 4 members of the commission shall constitute a quorum. Again, June 17th, 2015. I then looked at the information that is in your package, going to page 3-2, Historic Preservation Commission, says all kinds of different things, but to compare it against the June thing, it's document, it says 4 members constitute a quorum. However, no quorum shall consist of a majority of non-residents of the city. So all of a sudden, and I noticed that there seemed to be some thing that was changing. And this, when I first met with Councilmember Lang, December 31st in the Visitor Center, she the fact that we didn't have enough came up, and she relayed to me some of the instructions that she received, and I said, "What? That's not how I." Yeah, there's something that's changed. So again, what we're seeing here is this added to the June 15th. However, no quorum shall consist of a majority of non-residents of the city. We brought this subject up in our March 9th HPC meeting. We had quite a discussion on it. At the end of that lengthy discussion, Vice Chair Convery made a motion. Vice Chair Convery then made a motion to revise the section 4-8.03 of the Ojai Municipal Code to allow any three present members of the HPC to form a quorum without regards to residency. Commissioner Bisaccia seconded it. It was unanimously approved. My question to the council is, because you are the folks that nominate the commissioners. The commissioners don't nominate themselves. So when did the direction come up that said that by interpretation, by declaration, that the council wants all decisions to be made by a unanimous group of residents, and that the non-residents basically are coattails?
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's the answer?
It was when the code was adopted. So that language was changed by the council when the commission went from 7 to 5 members. My recollection of it, and it wasn't on my radar to talk about today, but my recollection is the council simply made a choice that at that point they felt that, I think for the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission, that it should be residents because they're making decisions on property rights of our residents. So those changes were built into the code. So all of the background was correct. In 2015 or 17, that wasn't in the code. It was added to the code. It's now in the code. Today, there's an ordinance in front of the council, so the council can decide whether or not that opinion still stands. So.
Thank you, James.
So wait, can I finish my, okay. So is it possible to have language, because I'm very concerned when some commission doesn't meet for 3 months, and that's not acceptable. Can't we have some kind of language that says that the commissioners can meet, but not make a category of decisions that affects property owners? Is there some language that allows them to meet?
There's probably some language we can come up with.
Yes.
I think the first question is like the philosophical question.
Uh-huh.
The council doesn't have to say that there's a residency requirement at all. And if there wasn't an intent to be one, then there's a lot of language in that code section that didn't need to be in there. But it is in there currently. And I think even the Parks and Rec Commission,
Before you go to the other, to Parks and Rec, the council can define what quorum means for any commission. Traditionally, Roberts, Rosenberg's, any rule of order, quorum is 50% of the body plus 1. So for council, half of council is 2.5, round up to 3, because you have to have natural integer people. So 7-member body quorum is usually 4. So the council can define a lower quorum. Council can define quorum a higher quorum. Sometimes some agencies require 2/3 of the body to be present to meet. It's up to council to define what qualifies as a quorum. Council can also choose to have quorum tested with residency, as it is now in some commissions, or tested without regard to residency, all commissioners equal. Those are all valid policy choices. And as noted by the city manager, the council can also decide whether to allow non-residents to serve on commissions or not, or whether to, if non-residents are allowed to serve on commissions, to set a numeric limit for non-residents or not. All are valid policy choices. I would note that under existing Rosenberg's rules, a less than a quorum of a body can always meet, because the Brown Act doesn't define that as a meeting. So 2 members of council can meet at any time, but it's not a capital M meeting with staff time and support and able to make decisions. The Brown Act also defines what is a meeting, which is tied to a majority of the body or more. So the council could define quorum at a higher level, let's say 5 of 7, and it wouldn't count as a meeting for city purposes if there weren't 5 out of the 7, but it would still mean 4 is a Brown Act meeting. For ease of everyone's life, staff highly recommends that quorum be kept at the Brown Act standard for a meeting, which is majority of a body. So 4 of 7, 3 of 5.
So, I guess a question I have along those lines is, so we have let's take the 5-person commission, and we have 2. We have a resident absent, and we have 2 non-residents and 2 residents. Would they form a quorum or not?
Yes, under the language as proposed, because the language as proposed requires that no quorum shall consist of a majority of non-residents. So 2 residents and 2 non-residents is equal. It's not majority non-residents. So in this scenario, 2 residents and 2 non-residents could meet and act in all cases. What would be prohibited by that is in the same scenario, we have a 5-member commission, 3 residents, 2 non-residents, 2 of the residents are absent. So 3 is still quorum, but under this rule, and this has happened in the past, in the planning commission at least, that quorum of 2 non-residents and 1 resident could not meet per that rule. So that's when it would kick in.
Okay. We're gonna finish. Can we finish public comment? Okay.
Yeah, so
next
we'll
we have
continue.
Valerie Freeman, then Wayne Maynard, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Hi, I'm Valerie Freeman, Arts Commissioner and Ojai City resident. I'm here to speak about the Commissioner's selection procedure. I recommend for each district city council person, in chronological order, to recommend all new upcoming commissioner vacancies beginning with District 1. I assume since the majority of existing commissioners have already been previously recommended by a mayor, I recommend each city council person to recommend a new commissioner for vacancies when it is their time to do so. When 2 or more commissioner vacancies are available for the same department, I recommend the interviews of each applicant to be conducted simultaneously with the chronological multiple city district council persons making the recommendations. That's what happened when I had my interview as Arts Commissioner. When only 1 vacancy is being filled and interviewed by 1 city district council person, then I recommend the mayor to also be available during the interview. From my own previous history with commission application interviews, I recommend each commission department with vacancies to submit in writing a list of recommended candidates that have submitted applications for the positions for the city council persons to consider. I recommend for the interviews to only be between the city council persons making the selections for recommendation and the applicants, with at least 2 members from the city council present during the interviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
May I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is so important, so I want to be clear. Are you, I thought I heard you say contradictory things, but are you saying you want only 1 person, the city council member, present at the interview? Or are you saying that I'm used to the process where there's 3 people present, the chair, the city council, a city council member, and the mayor?
So my recommendation is you always have 2 members from the city council, but not the chair.
Okay, what is your, may I ask what your reason is?
I prefer to say positive and be kind, but there was a lot of problems with my appointment, and it's been difficult being on the Arts Commission because of that.
Okay, so that's based on your experience,
yes,
okay?
yes.
And then the other, what was the other thing that you said? Oh, when it's that council member's turn, I heard you say that. Now, did you mean a newly elected member, it's their turn? Or did you mean when there's a vacancy? Someone's turn has expired?
Okay, so there's, so right now there's 2 vacancies because you're going from 5 to 7. So, and there's 2 different like departments or commissions, so that's 4. So if you start with District 1, both District 1 and District 2 would meet for the interviews.
Yeah, that's not my question. That's not
Okay,
my question
so you
is,
just keep alternating.
You're not recommending that when there's a new council seated, that they are allowed to, if they prefer somebody else, if they prefer a different commission, that they are allowed to fire?
No, only when there's a vacancy.
Only when there's a vacancy.
Yes.
Thank you, that was my
Okay.
question.
And
Thank
just
you.
go in chronological order, so like 1 and 2 would maybe do Parks and Recs, and 3 and 4 would do the next one, and just keep alternating like that.
Thank you, Valerie.
I have a quick question. So when you were interviewed, there were 2 council members, potentially the mayor and a second council, no.
No,
but 2 council members.
Yes, just the 2 council members.
And also the chair of.
No.
Just the 2 council
Yes.
members. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Wayne Maynard, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Wayne Maynard, a resident of Ojai. Several years ago, I volunteered to be on the Building Appeals Board. And I was interviewed by 2 council members. I was recommended to be appointed to that board. And it went to the city council, and it was a horrible experience for me. And it was I think it had to do with the politics between the divided council. And so I chose not to volunteer for that kind of stuff anymore. And now I'm working for the Ojai Fire Safe Council, where I'm getting some stuff done. So anyway, but my point on is this alternative option. I'm not sure if this in the staff report is only dealing with the 6 and 7 positions or for all future positions. But my comment is that I consider this the Rolodex system. Okay, so you have the mayor, District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4. And as a commission appointment comes up, you go to the Rolodex, and whoever gets the pick, I'm assuming they get to make the recommendation as to who gets interviewed. I'm not sure really how that works, and then their name goes to the back, and then the next one, okay? The problem with that is that if I was a council person, I would want to have some influence on all of the commissions. And so you almost need a Rolodex system for each commission so that each council person gets an opportunity to make an appointment for each of the various commissions. Because you could have a couple where the way it works out, probability, you may not ever get a chance to appoint somebody to the planning commission because your turn didn't come up. So that's just a comment because I've done this kind of work before, so.
Thank you, Wayne. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather.
I'm not here to weigh in how you pick people because I'm on the commission, so I don't want to get into that. I very much support the idea that a majority of the board, at least in the planning commissions, if we do affect property, are local residents. And I've been on there since June, and we have not had a problem. And we meet, unlike other commissions, twice a month. So I think, in a way, that, and I don't want to speak for others, but I think that may be an incentive to get people to come to meetings. Because we take our role very seriously, and people think about that. We talk about it, is everyone going to be here? And I was interviewed actually by 2 commissioners and by the chair, which I thought was great.
Or do you mean city council members?
2 city council members and the chair. And of course, we got a great chair in Steve Quillisi. But, you know, I could see where you could have the community development director be the interviewer, because it's then, you know, but so far in our planning board, our commission, we have no politics being played. We've reached almost a unanimous decision. Rachel's been at our meetings on every vote, and we work collaboratively. So I think the fact that we feel responsible to get there, and I would like to keep that system where you have to have a majority of the residents at the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Weston, any comments online?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay. Is this for?
Yes. Heidi Whitman speaking on
Heidi Whitman.
Thank you. I'm Heidi Whitman. I'm a resident of the city of Ojai. I think the language is super important. So as a city resident, I would like to see a majority of not local residents, but city residents. I feel very unrepresented sometimes when there is not a quorum and a majority of city residents. I vote in the city. I expect my council members to represent me, and I feel better represented by people that live in the city and are experiencing the same thing that I experience as a city resident. So I'm going to just share a little story. So we come from a very big family, the Whitmans, and it's pretty unusual because Andy's parents had 5 children. They were all raised here. And then when they got married, we all chose to move back to Ojai because it was so special. We chose to move back to raise our families here. So for a while, there were like 22 of us. And Andy and I were the only ones that chose to raise our family in the city of Ojai. So we'd have dinner conversations at family gatherings, and there was always a very diverse number of opinions on all kinds of local issues. But I thought it was great that most of Andy's family really said, oh, yeah, well, you guys actually live there. So I think it's super important that this council really consider having a majority and not just looking for whoever will fill the seat. But this is also a great opportunity to recruit young people that then could fill your roles at some point in the future. And if we don't start doing that in Ojai, you know, we're looking very gray. And I would even look gray, but I'm... so I just would like to see more young faces, and commissions are such a great way to do that. So maybe we need to look at when the commissions meet, or how we can get more young people involved, or even reach out, you know, in colleges and with younger people so that we get some younger opinions. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Heidi.
A point of clarification. Already, the majority of commissioners, it's my understanding, they're already city residents.
But it would be great if, I mean, I've had the pleasure of working for a number of small
Heidi,
cities.
I want to clarify that point.
Well,
that already, on all of the commissions, the majority, if there's 5, is that not true? If it's not true, I want to know that.
So right now, each of the commissions that has a residency requirement, it has to be a minority of the commission, non-residents.
Yeah.
But I hear Ms. Whitman adding one further step, that every quorum has to be majority residents. That is different than the current rule, which requires quorums to be either majority resident or equal resident and non-resident. I understand Ms. Whitman's request to have the council adopt a rule that all quorums must be majority residents.
Okay, so the drawback of
And
that.
no, the planning commission, if I could clarify that,
Yeah.
the planning commission's current ordinance is not that a quorum be majority residents. It allows a quorum to be equal resident and non-resident.
Are you finished?
Well, I just want to address her point. So I think we should be striving for 100% Ojai residents, and we are so fortunate to have a lot of talent in this valley, and so I see where it can be a benefit. but I think it's super important that we look for Ojai residents first. So I had the pleasure of working for a number of small cities and counties in the Tri-Counties area, and I can't think of a single one that has so many people that don't live in the city or in the county that are, I've just never even heard of it. I wonder if we're like the only one in the whole county Ventura. So anyway, I would just encourage, let's look for city residents first. And I think it's important.
Thank you, Heidi.
A quick question. Heidi, so Ms. Whitman, just a quick question. So your suggestion would be that we prioritize city residents, if it's possible to do so, but you would be okay with if we only had, there's one place open and it wouldn't throw off the balance if we had only Valley, Ojai Valley residents
I think there's a big difference depending on the number of commission seats.
Okay.
And so I went back and looked at all the videos in the past. Mr. Wyrick was very involved in what I thought was a great, back I think in 2019, he led a great discussion about this at that time, and it's unfortunate that you don't have the benefit of that history, but I think that ideally it would be city residents and at least a quorum, because it's often different. I went to a planning commission meeting, and really, I questioned even whether there was really a quorum, because there were more people. There was a majority of people that weren't that didn't live in the city.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Heidi. All right, we will move on to council discussion. We're on discussion, so we just finished public comment. Who would like to begin?
I would love to begin. So I would say the critical question when we interview people is, in order to have that kind of quorum and not be delayed 3 months, because we don't have that kind of quorum, is that we have to ask, can you commit to attending on a regular basis? Because we never miss. Okay, I've served 12 years. I think I missed once, if that, and I was on a Zoom meeting. I was on a Zoom meeting the time that I did miss, because I had a cold. I've never missed, and most council members never miss. So we want that kind of commitment on our commissions, because then we could have the majority, because they're already elected. There's already a majority of citizens, of Ojai city residents elected. However, having said that, I don't feel as strongly. I do feel that our borders are artificial. They were created many, many years ago, and I welcome the input, because in truth, everything we do impacts the whole valley. Many, many wonderful potential commissioners no longer live in Ojai because the housing is so much more expensive, especially if you're renting. So we have to be careful that there's not, if Ojai becomes more and more expensive, more and more elitist, you will no longer have diversity on your commissions. That's another very important consideration. That's going to happen on the city council as well, because the whole city council is going to consist of a certain the diversity, a demographic. Yeah. So thank you for that help. My other question, I'm not going to talk about the interview process now, because I want to get through the resolution, the ordinance, excuse me. Okay, Mr. Summers. As I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about the future and how things change, couldn't we simply, I don't think there'll be support, but this is my train of thought that I want to go on record. Can't we simply state in the ordinance that the number of each commission, whether it's 5 or 7, is up to the individual commission? Because needs change, and a number of commissioners available may change. Things change. And so is there a way to get around going through this whole
The council
process?
could delegate to the commissions the power to select the size of the commission. Yes, that is legally possible. If I could provide legal advice, do not recommend that.
Okay.
because it may leave a situation where it's difficult for anyone to determine what is the current size of a commission.
Okay.
If there is a disputed expansion by a commission, that then leaves it uncertain as to size. It is critical to know what is the exact size of a body,
Yes,
so we can
yes.
understand how to test the Brown Act's requirements.
Okay, I agree, I
So
get it, yeah.
council could
Thank
do
you.
that, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah,
I recommend the council simply make a choice.
Yeah, thank you, I agree, thank you.
Other council members?
Yeah,
Andy?
I have some comments. So I don't agree that city borders are artificial, because the city borders create a big distinction in terms of whether you are paying taxes and whether you are paying for the things that are happening in the city. And I have always felt and have always wanted the idea that I would be represented by somebody in any of our commissions, or on city council, of course, by somebody who lives here and pays taxes here. And so the other part of why borders are not artificial is that, you know, you either live here and experience what's happening in the city, or if you don't live in the city, then you don't necessarily experience and understand. So if you live on the west side of the unincorporated area of Ojai, maybe you never go farther than Vaughn's and don't really experience what's going on downtown. And I think of that more specifically for those commissions that involve, you know, property rights and so planning and HPC. I would prefer, so when I was on planning in 2005, and my memory is not good, and I couldn't find, I mean, my memory is not perfect, but what I recall, all of the commissions at that time were 7-person commissions.
Mm-hmm.
And the rule was that you could have 2 commissioners who were not city residents if they were needed to fulfill fundamental requirements. So you couldn't give preference to a non-city resident unless you were missing some essential component of your commission. So we would sometimes be unable to find an architect to serve on planning, which, you know, for many years, we would traditionally have at least one architect on the planning commission. And so it would be okay to go outside the city to find an architect. And I think that we should go back to that idea. I also think that it's important that the selection process involves each council member selecting a commission member. And I've been kind of back and forth on whether that would be every commission or just the ones involving property rights. But I heard tonight a suggestion that we should do that for all the commissions. It's a way for the voter who's brought somebody into office to connect with their council member and to have some influence on the commissions. And it's a way for the council member who's elected to have an influence on the people who are going to be implementing and advising policy. And just, you know, in my example, for planning, which is something that I, you know, have a lot of interest in, if the current commissioner serves out the entire 4-year term, then I will not make an appointment until 5 months, until I'm either deciding, you know, to run for reelection or not. And I don't think that's, you know, I think it's very important that we have council members selecting their commissioners. And my thought about the commission composition is that if there's 5, there should be 1 non-resident, and that assures that you're always having, you know, at least 3 residents making a decision. And that if there's 7, it would be at least 5. So there could be 2 residents. And then the other thing is that the Planning Commission ordinance says that we should have professionals serving. Somebody who's got, you know, licensure and training in land use issues, and the ordinance lists what those are. And I don't know that we have any that fit that criteria.
That's why I gave you that resume. I hope you read it. Well,
So are you finished?
he said he doesn't know. I'm sorry for interrupting. I do want to respond to all the things that were said when it's my turn.
So, you know, those are my comments. I think that it's just kind of a fundamental part of democracy that the planning commissioners would be, or that all of the commissioners would be selected by the people who have been voted into office, and that the commissioners who were appointed by people who have chose not to run or maybe didn't get elected, that lost in the election, you know, I don't understand the logic where their commissioner would stay on if the person who was elected wanted a different commissioner.
Well, we're going to take turns. Rachel or Leslie?
I'd like to respond,
Rachel?
if you don't mind, if you have
I-
permission. Thank you.
Please do.
First of all, remember that this cuts both ways. If there's another council elected when we're not here, they can do the same thing. I mean, you're suggesting that that there's a possibility for a commissioner not to be able to finish their term, if I'm understanding you correct. Are you saying that you would like a process where, because you won't get a turn unless you run again for the Planning Commission, that you would have the power to fire a commissioner who's working very well with the whole body? You would like that power to do that. Is that what you're asking?
It's not firing, Sousa.
What is it?
It's selecting a commissioner to serve for my district.
But I'm asking, are you suggesting that that could happen before there's a vacancy?
Yes.
Okay,
I think it should happen when at some
Yes, I
period
understand.
just beyond the
Okay,
election.
I have 2 more points, okay.
Well, Rachel would like to speak?
Wait, I want to respond to everything that he said. Secondly, okay, just remember that your proposal cuts both ways. Okay, secondly, and there's a lot more I could say about that, but secondly, the question, the issue of residents and their contribution to, and their experience in the city comes up all the time. And you would, if this had been advertised, you'd have every business owner in town here, pointing out how much they contribute to the city, although they don't live in the city for various reasons, often because of the expense. So we have to keep in mind that we need to acknowledge that many, many business owners and many of the volunteers, there's so much that the whole fabric of our town that holds our town together is the volunteers. We don't, if they're a volunteer working at the museum 7 days a week, then we don't care whether they live in the city or whether they live, in Myers Oaks. So when I said that there's an artificial border, I did not mean that there wasn't an actual border with taxpayers and all of that. I meant that the borders were created a long, long time ago, and things have changed since those borders were created. And I can assure you that the business community would be highly offended at being characterized that they're not contributing or experiencing the city in a similar way. I've lived here 67 years. I've lived in the city, outside the city. I've lived all over. That's often a normal thing. And anyway, so there's that. And then, okay, I'm going to wait for my colleagues to speak, and then
Rachel?
I may have some other points.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I really resonate with your point about business owners and people who are not residents, taxpayers of the city. I think that is something I am open to. I'm going to take this out of the political context of current commissioners, and one thing that I see about the appointment process is, looking at state politics, looking at presidential, national politics. When a president is elected, they choose their entire cabinet. They don't come in, Biden didn't come in and keep Trump's appointees. And even though we're obviously not on the same level as that, I feel that we are elected into office to serve the people that we represent. And I think that it just goes with the position that we would be able to appoint our own commissioners. And in particular, I have one resident who comes to every single meeting in my district. He's a neighbor of mine. He speaks a lot. And, if I wanted to appoint him on the Planning Commission or anything else, I would really want to have the opportunity to do that. I'm not suggesting that we need to kick anybody out, but, maybe looking at the next election cycle being a time when we could start a new way of, start fresh or start with, having our own appointees.
Leslie?
So I am really trying to stay away from being political, but that is what it's going to look like. I mean, just because of what has come up previously and the disdain that certain council members have shown for certain citizens, vocally, verbally, and consistently. So there is no way that it will not be seen as that. And the council will bear the brunt of that. The council will bear the brunt of that, whether or not we make that decision, but our vote will be our vote. I personally think in a place this small, you don't have a great pool from which to choose. I mean, I don't think there are any people waiting in line for the Planning Commission. I mean, it's hard to get people and serious people who volunteer. So that, to me, it's a very small pool that we have, especially if we decide that we're going to limit it to folks that live in the city. And I also agree that I think if we default to exclusivity rather than inclusivity in the valley, we've started a really bad precedent. I feel like we would start a very bad precedent. It would make, to do this now, and I love your suggestion, perhaps, of allowing, it happening next council or grandfathering or something like that. Because in the end, it's going to look like that we were petty and vindictive because we didn't like somebody. And whether or not it's true, that will be the perception. And, I have to say that. And it will make all of us look that way.
So I'll just point out that I did not bring up anybody's name.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
But there is a two-way street, and you can have commission members who feel like it's their job to denigrate council members. And so
yeah,
I'll just leave it at that. But
Okay.
it's not my thought process that we don't acknowledge everybody who contributes to the community. But I've been here long enough to see what happens when we talk about, say, let's expand the recreation district to a valley-wide district. It's come up many times. Guess what? The people who don't live in the city don't want to pay for it. And
okay.
I'm gonna
just
take
let me finish my comment. We've looked at annexation. Overwhelmingly, the people who do not live in the city do not want to be annexed into the city because it's more expensive to live in the city. So I think it's, if the people who live here and vote here and pay taxes here are going to bear the brunt of expensive programs, I think it's important that the residents, I haven't suggested that we have no out-of-town residents. I'm suggesting in a five-person commission that we'd have one non-resident, and in a 7 we'd have 2. And that at least assures that in any decision made, that the majority voice would be residents, because it's residents' money that we're dealing with.
So
No, it's my turn. I'm going to
clarification
say, I think a really important point that you brought up, Councilmember Rule, is the truth versus perception. And, we are here to make hard decisions. And we were elected and we all ran on policies, and we all had platforms. So, for example, I know that the last planning commissioner appointment, there were 3 or 4 other people who applied, some of them were resident, I think all of them were residents, who are very qualified. So there is a pool out there. And we're not talking about kicking anybody out. I love your point about, the president chooses the cabinet because, and this is our job. We have a hard job to represent the people and represent the policies on which we ran. So I think it's really important to focus on policy. It's not personal. It's not about not liking someone, or it's about, and in particular, in terms of land use, the Planning Commission makes a lot of decisions about land use, and we need to be, we were elected, so our policies need to be reflected there. And I don't feel that they are at this point across the board. I agree that it's important to realize who's paying for all this. The taxpayers, that's a really good point. Who's paying for this? And they would like to be represented by someone who lives here. I've heard that over and over. These are also people who vote, which is most important. They voted us in to represent them. So it is our hard decision to figure out how we are going to best represent them. And
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just because I'm confused. So I'm confused on the idea of they pay. I don't know who pays what. What are you talking about? They pay property taxes? They pay sales tax? I'm unclear.
Ms. Whitman and Andy both brought up the fact that these people are paying taxes in the city, right? And they are also voting in the city. They
Okay,
want to be
all right.
represented by.
Right, I just needed clarification. Thank you. I
And-
I didn't get that.
And they have a connection to the money that's going to be part of our next agenda item. That people who are not residents don't have the same connection to our budget.
So could I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Leslie.
That's true. They don't,
I don't
but
know
I don't have
this.
much, I mean, who knows? But, gosh, I lost my train of
may I
thought there.
interrupt
Please,
for
go
a
ahead on,
second?
go ahead on. Ann.
Sousa.
I think if you took a survey, as many people, like who shops in Ojai? Is it the people that live here? I mean, many of them go to Trader Joe. I know that for a fact, and to Costco and all. And then I know people that live in Myers Oaks who spend a fortune shopping local, in the city at Westridge and Rainbow Bridge. So that's a lot more complicated, and it's not so black and white as far as, the flow of money into the city.
Yeah, and I think the more important point, though, is policy. Are we being represented? Are we as electeds being represented on the commissions, our policies? Because we promised the people, the voters of our town, to do that. Rachel?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I know that property taxes are actually a significant portion of our revenue. Is it 1/3? Is it quarter? Is it?
Yeah, I think offhand, I think it's like 2.5 million of our budget. It's one of our big three taxes. And property tax, to the point about like sales tax technically could come from whoever, we don't know who it's coming from. Property tax, if you live in the city, your property taxes, a portion of your property taxes come to the city. If you live in the county, no portion of your property tax comes to the city.
Correct.
So that's probably the one that is the most black and white. Sales tax, if you live outside the city, you might shop here. If you live in the city, you might shop here. Hotel tax, if you're a resident, you might stay in a hotel. If you're a resident, you might never stay in a hotel in the city. So the other ones maybe aren't so clear as far as the big three, but there's also other fees, the commission that makes rules has to follow the rules, if they require a permit, if they require a permit for residents, and it is something we do here, residents will call us and say, well, they don't have to, they don't live here, they don't have to get the permit. So there's a lot of arguments, but ultimately it comes down to a policy choice. But so those are some of the things that we've heard over the years.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Because one of the things I'm thinking, just in reflecting on residents versus non-residents is, when I talk to the people of my district, what they care most about are the roads, and so I think that the residents would have very different ideas of what's needed in terms of the budget than the non-residents. And if I could ask a point of clarification too about, to Councilmember Whitman, about the Parks and Rec Department, the expansion that you just mentioned. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, Parks and Rec Department, we talked about doing a countywide Parks and Rec district, and there's not an incentive. If you live in the county, there's no reason you'd want to sign up to pay more. But our residents don't get that choice. They just have to pay. They have to pay the costs. And then similar with annexation, and it's one of the challenges. I pride myself, we provide pretty good service, so we get a lot of calls from county residents. They don't have to pay for that. The taxpayers, the residents pay for that. So, but then if we go to them and say, now you're benefiting, do you want to pay for it? The answer is, why would I pay for it? I get it for free, So those are sort of common things we hear. And so, the difference is, if you're in the county, you get to choose, and if you live here, you don't get to choose. You just have to pay. So there is just a difference. I do think we have sort of like a One Valley perspective, but there are some obligations that come with living in the city.
Just to move things along, thank you, James. Would a council member like to put a motion on the table to discuss?
Could I just make one
No,
comment?
but
We can put a motion on, sure. Why not? Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
I just
very
have a question.
It's protocol often to put
You're
the
right, it
motion
is
on
protocol.
the. Could I finish without being interrupted, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Anyone like to make a motion at this point?
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we, well, actually, I don't want there to be any perception that there's this idea that there's going to be some wholesale changing of the guard, and I'm very much open to the idea of having some type of staggering if a new council member wants to make a new commission, so that it doesn't happen but I'd also point out that, first of all, we currently have a rule that 3 council members can vote any commissioner off at any point in time. And I'll just point out that at no point in time have I raised that I wanted to bring any particular commissioner forward to be removed by a majority. I think that every council member should have the right to select their commissioners, and that the only way that the majority should be able to remove somebody is if there's cause. And we should set out a, I'm not talking about the original selection. I'm talking about once somebody's been appointed, the majority of the council shouldn't be able to say no just because we don't want that person to serve. But we should have provisions for cause, and we talked about doing a code of ethics. We should create criteria that constitute cause for dismissing or replacing a commissioner. And I don't know. I'd ask.
We can develop criteria for cause, take a look at what other cities have done. This is always very much an inherent policy choice. Some cities allow, if there are individual council member appointments, the individual can remove the commissioner at will, making it a direct one-to-one match, policy to policy. Some cities allow for single councilman to make the appointment without ratification by the council, other single member appointment with ratification by council. And then on the removal side, we can find some examples and put together some criteria for cause. Typically, it'd be something like malfeasance in office, gross misconduct, that sort of list.
I do have a concern about commissioner relationships with staff. But what I'm talking about is that if, let's say, we have a 4-1 majority on council and there's that one council member, they would, under our current system, they would potentially never appoint anyone, and that does not reflect what the voters did. So if
I'm not following what you're saying.
Okay, so
Sorry. Honestly, I'm not.
Okay, so if you just do majority rule, which is what is in our ordinances right now, the majority can remove any commissioner.
I was completely unaware of that. I thought that
it
there had to be cause, such as too many absences or.
The current ordinance allows the council majority on an agenda to remove any commissioner at will. And that power could, as noted, could be used to prevent a minority council member from ever having commissioners. The council has never done that, and that's what Commissioner was.
So
Councilor Whitney is talking about.
I am
Never
proposing,
done that.
But it is a power that exists for the council.
Okay.
I'm proposing that we codify that if, that each elected council member has protection of their commissioners that they want to implement their policies unless there's some cause, and we'd have to define what that is. And so the other part of that would be is that if I decide when I get elected that I want a specific person on planning because I know that that person's thoughts about planning align with mine, there's no reason why whoever I bumped off, some other council member could say, oh, I like that person's, and select them. Just to be clear, this is not an unusual set of circumstances. I don't know if it's a majority, but very many city councils have that one-to-one selection process with a city council member so here's what I'm going to propose as a motion, and that is that we amend for all of our commissions that if you have a 5-person commission, there will be no more than one non-resident on the commission. If you have a 7-person commission, you have no more than 2. That we specify that each council member will have the selection, and we're going to get some language, before we that would identify how the new council member makes that selection of their council member, and that we include a provision that each council member shall have the right to have a commissioner on each commission unless that specific commissioner, is discharged by cause.
Okay. Is there a second?
I would second that motion.
Okay.
The thought or the issue with the Parks and Rec solidified for me, then, and also thinking about property taxes solidified for me the majority.
And I would just like to echo Councilmember Whitman's suggestion that we have some kind of ethics or protocols specifically for interacting with staff and how commissioners communicate with staff and how often, and what kind of things are acceptable to discuss. Is it okay to denigrate residents in an email for a commissioner to do that? Let me finish my sentence, please. Is it okay to, I want to be careful with my words, but how are staff addressed? Are staff being addressed with respect and decorum? I think that is super important because our staff works so hard, and we have such a great staff. And thank you so much, James, for bringing everybody together. And Matt, thank you for all your work, much appreciated. And I think it's really important that we nurture this staff and take good care of them and not let them in any way get abused by commissioners. And I think that is a really, really important point as a safety measure. And I'm not, we're talking about policy here. It's not personal, it's policy.
But there's an implication
that
there's been abuse or.
Right, I'm
I
unaware of that.
don't understand what you're saying. I've not heard the city manager would immediately handle an incident. I thought there already was a protocol for how commissioners approach staff. I thought they went, it's not just lapsadaisical where they can be rude and just walk into the office. There is a process.
There's a process which doesn't mean it doesn't occur, and which doesn't mean I don't have to
Yeah.
address issues. So I think if the idea is to codify what is okay and what's not, so that then we can implement that, then I think that's sort of what's being suggested.
But without implying that there's been wrongdoing.
Well, I actually,
Has there been wrongdoing?
So if-
We've addressed issues.
I'm gonna say, there was a public records request, and here's a stack of emails from a commissioner to the staff over a period of 10 months with 140 demands on staff. And they're not simple demands, they are complicated, which requires a huge amount of staff time. Here's a stack, over the same amount of time, attacks on residents, people who live here and vote here. And this is public record, so anyone can see it. I don't think that's appropriate for a commissioner, whether it's in an email or online or in public, to be criticizing and attacking residents.
And the commissioners don't work for staff. And so it's always, maybe that's the idea, but there's always that tension of, I can tell them that when I don't think they're acting appropriately, but the council's their boss.
And my aim in bringing this up is so that our staff can function and get all the important work that you have to do done. And, this is, in my opinion, is too much.
And if we create objective standards that the commissioners are to adhere to, then there shouldn't be a problem.
But
I think Leslie was before you.
Providing information, what's wrong, the staff does not, are you, providing information shows enthusiasm for subjects. I get those same emails. I don't always have time to read them, but it makes my response is very different. It makes me feel like that commissioner really cares.
They're appropriate to the council. And this is, people have seen my emails. I think it's a hot topic right now. But I'll often reply because they're asking the staff to do research that the council hasn't asked the staff to do. And I'll often reply and say, we cannot do that research pending council direction. And then they'll say, well, I think it's really important. And that leads to an awkward situation because the staff don't want to say no, so I usually end up saying no. But it's not if the commissioner thinks it's important, it's whether the council thinks it's important and then tells the staff to spend the time on it.
Yes.
So that is an issue that occurs frequently. I think there's a few email requests that have gone out that show several emails along those ways. But to your point, they can do that to the council. They work for the council. They can tell the council, hey, we think there's a topic that you should tell the staff to work on. But that's not supposed to how it's work. It's not supposed to be how it works with the staff. The staff takes the direction from the council.
I understand. I think it's good to codify that.
Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's fine to have, a code and strictly adhere to it. When I call James or I call, he or Lucas will tell me, I need council direction, to spend any kind of time at all on it, which is hence, we're still waiting for that nice tenant protection, debrief. But so I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that that's fine. And yes, they work for us. So it is the point that they can contact us and we can take the responsibility. I think there's also a way to set the stage for that. Whether it's to go in front of them and have them understand the way the process works once we actually have it codified, and to get an agreement that everyone understands how it can work, how it should work, that staff, they're not direct to staff. They're appointed by us and they should come to us and we can take care of that. That's our job. So I don't have a problem with that at all. I remember what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, if we don't allow non-residents to be on boards, we don't have a Kathy Nolan, we don't have a Gail Childress, we don't have a Ray Powers, we don't have a Brian Akins, we don't have a lot of people right now who have spent they are our community members who have spent a lot of time devoted and made this town what it is. Gail Childress does not live in Ojai, yet she put up all of the civic art. She started that when she was head of the Arts Council, right? Kathy Nolan started the Green Coalition.
And she was one
She was
house
on the
out of
planning board.
city.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, when these are actual examples of people who have not lived in the city, who have, by virtue of the volunteer, by their time and their energy and their experience and their intelligence and their concern, have contributed so much to this city. So much. You couldn't have paid for it. You couldn't have paid for it. So once again, I would not expect to vote for exclusivity. I would vote for inclusivity all the way down the line. That having been said, it's a council decision, but that is where I stand, and I certainly would not. I would not vote to, at this point in time, replace council members. Commissioners. Councilmember Whitman, I'm next up on the Planning Commission. I am happy to give my appointment to you so that you will have it in 2024, if that would serve as a way to at least placate you and we can figure out a way to work this. It may not. I know, right? It may not. It may not, but it may. So I'm just saying.
I don't want to wait till 2024.
All right, well, we have a.
2023 now.
We have a motion,
tried,
we have
I
a
tried.
second. Do
I'm
you
not
have a
ready to vote, though.
Madam Mayor, before we take a vote, staff does have one critical question.
Okay.
For the commissions that have 7 members, how will the last 2 be appointed? 5 council members get 1 appointment each is 5. There's 2 more commissioners. And staff would ask how the council wishes those last 2 to be appointed. Options would include mayor makes 2 further appointments, mayor and mayor pro tem each make 1 further appointment. Council majority makes, upon nomination by anybody, makes the 2 further appointments, or any other method as the council may choose.
Do you want to add something to your motion, Andy, in that?
Can we, but do we have a right, if
Can
it's
we-
our turn, to give our turn to somebody else?
Well,
Is
of
that
course we
it?
can.
Is that,
The council could ratify that appointment, yes.
Yes.
okay.
I do have a question. Could the motion be repeated? It was a 20-minute motion. And I don't
Yes,
know
And
what-
I'm not ready to vote. I want to talk some more.
As I understand the motion, and I'll look to the maker of the motion to correct me if I'm wrong, it would be to direct staff to draft an ordinance that would amend all commissioned ordinances to have, for 5-member commissions, a maximum of 1 non-resident of the city. For 7-member commissions, a maximum of 2 non-residents of the city. Each council member would get to select a commissioner. All council members would get the right to have a commissioner unless removed for cause by the full council. And the open question is, what about the extra 2? And as I also understand it, it would be to have the 7-member commissions be the Parks and Rec Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission, leaving the others at 5.
Okay, so I'll add to my motion that where we have a 7-person commission, that the appointment is made by a 3-person committee, the chair of the commission, along with the mayor and the mayor pro tem.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Susie, you have a final comment before we vote?
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about something that you said about representing the voters. Let's remember that the voters are a huge, diverse group. And they don't necessarily agree with every single one of our policies. Only 2 people, I was elected in 1996 when there were 6 or 8 people running for 2 seats. We haven't seen that in years. We no longer have a wide choice of people running. We only had you and someone who was new to the valley. He was, it wasn't like that the voters had this huge diverse choice to elect someone that was closely aligned with all of their values. I think in my opinion, I agree with what Councilmember Rules said about diversity. Over and over again, I see that when you have a diverse commission, even if you don't necessarily agree with every single thing every decision that each commissioner makes, in the end, there are better decisions made, more holistic, and that's how you represent the people, by diversity, not exclusivity. I just feel like that we're going down a path where it's more like almost like a dictatorship rather than a democracy. I'm not happy with this direction at all. And I'm for codes of ethics and all of that, and I'm in favor of some of what you said, but I'm extremely worried about, that the commissioners need to reflect the policy of the council. When I ran, each time there was only one other person running. It's not like the voters had a huge choice. So I'm a little bit worried about that.
I understand where you're coming from,
Yeah.
Souza. I do, though, think that we have a commitment to fulfill our platforms and our policies and our promises. We all ran and talked to a lot of people, and I take that commitment very, very seriously. So I think it's really important that the people on the commissions reflect the policies that are held by the elected officials. So we do have a motion.
Can I make a final statement? As was noted in the lawsuit, I won by 17 votes. That's 2%. You won by 1%, Betsy. So to think that we have any kind of mandate, or that, as people have pointed out to me numerous times, that we have any kind of mandate, or that there is this huge divergence between the people in Ojai. I think that what we are doing here is once again going into narrowing our approach, narrowing our thinking, and not taking into account and not valuing those people that are our community, even if they don't live in Ojai. And I think, Rachel, I know the person that you were talking about. I don't know. When you said, there's a guy, he comes to every meeting, and he goes to he's at the Public Works all the time, he doesn't necessarily reflect your thinking. He is an active and engaged citizen, which is more valuable than reflecting our opinions, in my opinion. Someone who will commit, who will think, who will engage. I don't necessarily believe that first of all, I think we're this far apart, and we fight a whole bunch in there, but it's really this. So in the end, that's my final comment on it. I would hate to default to cutting out that amount of community and once again, just narrowing our approach on who can come into our little world.
I guess, can I say one thing? I just, there's the word not the word mandate. I said the word commitment. I think that we have a commitment to follow through on our promises. So, at this point, we have a motion. We have a second.
And I'll just make one final comment, and that is that at this point, we do select our government by voting. And you have every bit as authority with your 17 vote margin as I did with my 160 vote margin. And that's the system that we have, and it's called democracy. It's not, dictatorship that the person who gets elected.
I take that back. That was too strong.
Okay,
Don't put that in paper,
that's not
please.
my.
I don't mean it.
So, I think it's important that, like I said, I think it's important that the elected officials are involved in selecting who's going to push policy forward, and under the current system, it's people. I think I pointed out that there's only one person currently on the Planning Commission who is appointed by anybody who's sitting here.
Rachel.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that we have an incredible population of people in the city with so many skills and so much incredible background. I mean, right now, I can think of 3 people in my district who have very specific planning experience and who are highly, highly qualified. And so I don't think it is actually, I think we still are keeping a position open for someone who's outside of the city.
Are we
And-
keeping one?
Yeah, we're keeping 1 for 5.
One for 5,
and
2 for 7.
Wait, I want to write that down.
Yeah.
So it used to be 2 for 5, and you're reducing it 1 for 5.
Yes.
I can't vote for that.
So one for 5 and 2 for 7. And I also think it will give people in the community who, you know, who are young, who are up and coming, who want to have a way into city government, I think it would give them an opportunity and maybe engage them more. So I actually think
And
it
it-
would be really good.
And it might make us work a little harder to find Ojai residents to serve, each of us
Well,
individually.
we have a motion and we have a second. So let's go ahead and vote. Can we?
Can I clarify
Yeah.
one point, which is, I think I heard a concern from a couple of the comments, and then I think from a couple of council members about the language, which sort of complicates it about the no more than 3 members shall be non-residents, but then 4 members have to be, or, you know, and then how many members needs to be a quorum and all that. That language can drop out now with this because it wouldn't be possible if there's not more than 2 commissioners on a commission of 7 who are non-residents, or 1 on a commission of 5. So I would recommend just dropping that language out because I think it just causes confusion.
I agree with that.
James?
I would like to make one critical point before you vote. Remember that many, many people, especially young people, do not live in the city because it's so much more expensive. It's just not possible. They're living in Myers Oaks, Oakview, the River Bottom, Upper Ojai, East End. Are they really living in the city, the people that work here? Just remember that when you vote, and that's why I'm not voting for
Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Any more clarifications needed? Okay.
No.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. We will take a short adjournment, and then we will be back for item number 4, the Valet Parking Initiative. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we are back. Thank you. And before we begin item number 4, could we all just wish Mayor Pro Tem Francina a happy birthday tomorrow? So that's going to be your birthday present, okay? Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, the Valley Parking Initiative, the Parking Committee recommendation and future Parking Committee direction. Do we have a staff report, James?
Yes, very brief. We've talked about this recently as well, so I think people have an idea, but the gist of it was that there was an initiative filed to regulate valet parking. The initiative was rejected by the city clerk due to failure to file proof with the city of the publication of the notice of the petition. And so at that time, a lawsuit was filed against the city, and we came forward to the council to ask the council what path would be taken on that process. We had noted that the city council could take no action and essentially let the lawsuit play out. The council could direct staff to draft an ordinance amending the municipal code to regulate valet parking, that the council could consider adopting, or the council could direct staff to essentially go through the process to submit the matter to the voters. And those were three options. When we presented those to the council asked for the parking committee to review the matter and provide a recommendation. So the parking committee has reviewed the matter and at their meeting last week, and they provided a recommendation. I'm trying to remember if that was in the report or if it was. I think it was the last thing we were getting into the report, so I think it is in here. But where is that? Oh, here it is. Oh, wait, maybe not. Do you see it?
Yeah, it's up here. It was
Okay.
include language in the code about-
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so half on one page. So the parking committee recommended that the council direct staff to proactively include language in the code because currently there is no language in the code related to valet parking. And so they recommended we proactively include language in the code, which could be developed by the community development director through the planning commission, that would define valet parking and require that any valet parking be reviewed by the planning commission, with the idea being that it's reviewed in public in a public meeting with objective standards that must be met. It would ensure public review, it would ensure objective standards, appropriate conditions for any valet parking proposal. The committee also recommended asking the initiative proponent to present information at a future city council and/or planning commission meeting regarding their concerns related to valet parking, so that their concerns may be considered. So that's the recommendation from the parking committee. And so that is returned to the council. We do have the matter still pending. I think that we got a date, updated date, and it's on June 22nd that the next court conference is on this matter. So we have this meeting and potentially one more meeting for it, so we don't have much more time to review it. So we're recommending that the council direct staff on which action to take, if any, on this matter.
And if I could add one more point, I conferred with counsel for the petitioner yesterday, today's Tuesday, yesterday, to confirm that their settlement offer still stands. And the offer that stands is if the council were to adopt an ordinance substantially similar to the ordinance that they submitted via the initiative process, or were to submit an ordinance substantially similar to the ordinance that they submitted to the voters, either of those actions would result in the plaintiffs dismissing the suit. Other actions they would assess further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's time for questions from council. Yep.
Is that in here?
No, that was a conversation the city attorney had
I had
today,
yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
So after the agenda deadline, to confirm after the packet came out and the committee had met where the plaintiffs were, and that offer stands if one of those two things is done. And I believe, if I could jump in briefly, I believe the plaintiff's counsel is present by Zoom. I'm sure they put a card in, or will raise their hand for public comment. They can further comment if they want.
Okay.
What did you just say?
I believe the lawyer for the plaintiff who is suing the city is in the Zoom and can comment if they have, if the council wants.
What I remember from our meeting was that we wanted to hear from Leslie.
Microphone, please.
Oh, but at our parking committee meeting, it was very important to, everyone agreed that we would, I'm sorry.
Still on questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I heard James say that something about a future meeting, but my recollection is that we want to hear from Leslie Hess and others today.
This language was the language that the committee agreed to in the meeting, so I can't comment on it. If that wasn't the intent, then maybe there was a mistake. But we also, just to point out, So the committee can make a recommendation, but they actually can't do it until the council says
Yes.
to, so they
Right.
couldn't have done it in advance.
So
So.
it would take the council to ask Ms. Hess to come and speak to the council. But again, I think her lawyer is present and may wish to speak for her. I also don't know if she's present or not. I don't know.
Okay.
They're
let-
there.
So remember, we're on questions right now. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
go
Okay.
ahead.
What are the chances, in your opinion, Matt, what are the city's chances of prevailing if there were a lawsuit?
So at this point, the city itself hasn't taken a position on the lawsuit.
If it were, how much would it cost if we ended up?
If the matter is litigated in full to conclusion, and the city prevails, somewhere between 50 and 100,000, because recall the city's paying for 2 lawyers.
Right.
One for the city, myself and my firm for the city, a second lawyer, Olson Ramcho and Kristen Rogers for the city clerk, who is separately represented because she is separately elected.
Okay.
Ms. Burrell is separately elected. The council, if the matter were litigated, the council could choose for the city whether or not to take any action and actually spend any money on the case, and simply have the clerk defend her decision and the plaintiffs challenge that, as they likely will. That would cut the cost in half. The council could also choose to align with the plaintiffs and support their side of the case, and do so cheaply or expensively by doing a simple brief or doing a full court press. It's a little bit difficult to provide precise handicapping of all of it. Overall handicapping, we, as previously noted, we did not find a case directly on point that considers this exact piece of the Elections Code. The Elections Code is a very picayune. Every subsection has a different set of requirements, and the requirement here that was, as the clerk found, not followed is to file the proof of publication with the city clerk's office within a specified time. The proposed initiative was published, but it was not, the proof was not filed with the city within a certain time. We found no case that analyzed that exact question, so it's an open question. There are, however, other cases in other procedural contexts that have given the doctrine of substantial compliance and invalidated waiving those kinds of procedural irregularities if the substance of the rule is followed. That would be the challenge, is whether substantial compliance would be extended by the court to cover the situation here where the ordinance was published but the proof was not filed. And that's about as much as I would want to provide the council in open session.
Okay, you're not willing to say who you think would win.
That I'm not going to give an open session.
Okay, I didn't think so. Okay.
Can I ask, Matt?
Okay, well, hold on. Let's do round robin for questions. Leslie, do you have a question? Yeah.
I do actually have a question, and perhaps the city attorney can help me on this, and I'm waiting for the hate. What about recusal? We have the plaintiff was the assistant treasurer for the mayor on both her campaigns and has campaign contributions. We talked about ethics. We talked about code of ethics. We don't have anything in writing yet, but I think we need to at least understand that the plaintiff was the assistant treasurer on both of the mayor's campaign and donated to her campaign. And that might be a reason for recusal. I mean, I'm just saying, when would I make that statement? Really, is it
You may make it right now, as you have done so.
Questions? Yeah.
I can respond if you'd like.
No, it really was when can I make the request to the mayor?
Now.
Mayor, I would like you to recuse yourself because the plaintiff, Leslie Hess, served as your assistant treasurer on both your campaigns and substantially contributed to both your campaigns. And because of that, I do not think that you will be able to look at this matter impartially. I have no choice but to say that.
Mr. City Attorney, could you please address that? And you and I have had this discussion in the past.
And has been had in this space in public in the past a couple of times. The Levine Act amendments that were made effective at the beginning of the year under Senate Bill 1439, as codified in Government Code Section 84103 and change, provide that campaign contributions may trigger recusal requirements if over $250 and if the campaign contribution was paid after January 1st, 2023, per the FPPC's written advice or written decision to that effect. To the best of my knowledge, there were no campaign contributions to any campaign of any of the 5 council members after January 1st, 2023. To the best of my knowledge, there is no legal requirement forcing the mayor or any other member of council to recuse from the consideration of this lawsuit.
Correct.
Thank you. And just another clarifying question. So Ms. Ravel last night was quite clear on when people need to be recused. Could you repeat what she said or reiterate it? Because I think it's really important for the public to understand.
Yeah,
Repeat
just-
when people need to be recused and when they don't.
To summarize it, recusal is legally required if there's a conflict of interest under one or another statute. There are four ones that kick in. In the Senate Bill 1429, the Levine Act, which was just discussed, does not apply in this case because it only applies to elected officials for contributions after January 1st, 2023. The past election cycle does not legally apply. Second is Government Code Section 1090 and the ones that follow. 1090, in a nutshell, prohibits a public official from being interested in a contract that they are making or participating in making on the government side and have a financial interest on the private side. So far, there's no contracts at issue here, and if a contract were to be at issue, such as a settlement agreement that entailed payment of money by the city to buy out a settlement, to the best of my knowledge, subject to confirmation if the facts are wrong, the mayor nor any other council member have no financial interest in simply Ojai and would not receive any of that money that would flow. None of that money would flow back to them, so there's no Government Code Section 1090 violation. Next is the Political Reform Act of 1972, Government Code Section 87-100 and change. And that's the one that Ms. Ravel summarized as if there is a financial conflict of interest in which a council member has a financial interest in a matter distinct from that of the public at large, then the council member cannot participate in the city's decision on the matter unless one of many exceptions applies. To the best of my knowledge, based on the facts I understand, subject to confirmation or correction if the facts are wrong, the mayor nor any other member of council do not have a financial interest in Simply Ojai and would not benefit from any money that were ever to be paid to Simply Ojai or its council should any of them prevail in this lawsuit. So there's no recusal required under the Political Reform Act. The last is the common law bias standard that applies when a party has a due process interest in a neutral decision by the city, such as a conditional use permit. When a homeowner seeks a permit of existing facts to existing law and the benefit of that existing law and has a right to a neutral decision maker, that does not apply in a fundamental policy choice, which is the present choice.
So in a nutshell, there are no grounds for me to recuse on this issue.
Recusal is not legally required, no.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to clarify, I think it's really important, and I brought this up in the former agenda item, for all of us to fulfill our commitment to represent the voters, and that is my commitment, and that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, so
any
would
other
like-
questions? We're still on
I just-
questions.
Well, but I know, but we're in a conversation, so I would like to follow up without breaking the conversation. If we could agree to that.
I would prefer to finish the questions, take public comment, because that will affect our discussion, and then move to discussion. And
Well,
then-
my
and then you
request,
can-
it's a follow-up to the request. It's a clarification. I asked you to recuse yourself out of an ethics and out of an impartiality, not out of a legal. I didn't ask Matt for a legal opinion. I asked you to recuse yourself because of your connections to the plaintiff. And you can, within your rights, refuse to do that. But this was the fundamental question around a code of ethics. And if we looked at codes of ethics, which don't have to do with what you can do legally, because as I said last night, this is never about money in Ojai. It's not about, are you going to benefit from a decision? So I'm asking you, as a fellow council member, to recuse yourself for the reasons that I've stated, and also because I don't believe that you could be impartial to this. You love your friends. You love your friends, and that's the way it is. So you are free to say no, but I want it on the public record, and I want you to say honestly to all of this that you are able to be completely impartial and not love your friends.
I am able to be completely impartial and continue to love my friends. Any other questions from council?
So, just so I'm clear, and I assume this is correct, that the issue that is being litigated is substantial compliance?
That's the plaintiff's primary argument is that in their complaint, that the substantial compliance doctrine means that the clerk overwrought her discretion when she refused to certify the initiative.
So I've done a bunch of work in defending public entities, and the Tort Claims Act, comes up, and if you've failed to file the claim that is required by the government code in precise detail, the courts nonetheless will say, yeah, you met the intent of the legislature by doing as much as you did, even if it wasn't complete compliance. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, it's another way to phrase it is, in the substantial compliance doctrine in the elections context, if the intent of the statute is fulfilled and the voters are not prejudiced, then the court can find substantial compliance and waive a technical violation. And here, the plaintiff's argument that may succeed is that the ordinance as proposed was published. The proof of the publication was not filed with the city within the required time. It was filed 9 months late, or 6 months late. 6 months late. But the ordinance was published. So if the idea is, were the voters prejudiced? Well, they could have seen it in the paper, but they were not able to. There was no proof of that publication. Which, the other point, just to finish the puzzle, the clerks, counsel, and others may argue in response that the failure to file the proof did create a prejudicial effect in that it didn't allow the voters or others with an interest to know that the signature gathering that it was apparently happening at the time was real and would be valid signatures, as opposed to, at the time, some may recall, there was signature gathering happening and folks said, oh, it doesn't count. They've never filed the proof of publication. Well, now they're arguing that those signatures should count. And there wasn't an opportunity to do counter campaigning.
My impression in the cases that I've worked on is that judges are pretty strongly inclined to give a person their day in court when we're talking about the Tort Claims Act. And so I wonder if I would like to ask your opinion if that same kind of deference is extended by judges. So I have to back off for just a second, because when I was a young attorney, I was so enamored with judges. I thought they were godlike, and they knew how to dispense justice. And what I've learned over 35 years is that you don't want a judge deciding your fate.
Right. Judges are humans in the end. What I can say to answer the question there, if I could jump in, is the elections cases have a fairly strong preference for let the voters vote. When in doubt, let the voters vote. That's if there's one strong preference that runs throughout the cases, it's that, and that would augur on one side of this issue. But as noted, I didn't find a case that particularly considered this exact code section at issue.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to public comment. First, we have Bill Miley, then William Wyrick, then Jeffrey Starkweather. Is Bill's here?
Bill Miley.
This is shorter than most of my speeches. Good evening, Bill Miley. So I like the recommendation of the Parking Committee. It allows some flexibility based on city general plan elements, as well as public input. It also generates a process through the Planning Commission and the City Council for contemporary community development as vehicle use changes over the years. And I especially like the last sentence city manager read. The committee also recommends asking the initiative proponent to present information at a city council meeting or a planning commission meeting regarding their concerns related to valet parking so that their concerns can be considered. That's a key part of all of this, and I think that's really important and very democratic. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, and then John Drucker, and then Bianca Rowe.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of serving on that committee. I thought we did a excellent collaborative process to come up with a solution. I actually spent considerable time on the internet trying to find other ordinances, and I virtually couldn't find any bans in cities. I found plenty of places that regulate parking. And so that was the approach we took, because almost every city has some process, and the idea was that valet parking would be put into the planning code, and not valet parking would be in the planning code as an option that someone could pick, and we would have objective standards that we would have to judge on, not subjectively, and anybody in the public could come in. That seemed to meet the public interest. Now, as to the petition, I didn't actually see the petition until the clerk ruled it invalid. Because guess what? They didn't publish it in the Ojai Valley News. They published it in the Star Free Press, because they didn't want people to see what it was in it. That petition, which shocked me, and I've mentioned it here, in the beginning had nothing about valet parking. It was about the soul of Ojai. It was about protecting the preciousness of the town. You know, we're getting out of control. It never mention the parking problem or the traffic problem. We know that almost all people in the traffic industry will tell you about 20% of traffic in a downtown is from people looking for parking places. Valet parking is considered a sustainable strategy to keep people off of the main roads. And in the case of the El Roblar, literally they're keeping off of Ojai Avenue because they would be going down North Ventura into the parking space, they would park, and then when they get ready to leave the place, that would go down Matilaha, come down Signal Street, there's a light there, and they would turn immediately and go into the parking place. So almost no driving at all. So I think that is a good thing. And the final thing, my experience, and I was a litigator, I sued cities, I sued counties, I sued governments. My experience is that cities and businesses don't settle. Why? Because they don't want to invite litigation. So you could say what this one's going to cost, but once you start inviting litigation, you're going to get more and more lawsuits. In the long run, it's going to cost you more. I would say if you're not going to consider this ordinance, then let's send it to the voters. I would not just do a ban. Send it to the voters. I'd be happy with that. I think this would lose. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have John Drucker, then Bianca Rowe.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on talking about this because valet parking is really not an issue in town. There's no valet parking to ban. But the only reason it is an issue is because someone is suing about it. So, you know, if it's going to cost $50,000 to the city, it's going to cost $50,000 to her. I say make her blink and, you know, take your chances. I would also suggest as a 35-year litigator that things like time limitations are very strictly enforced by courts. They're not loosey-goosey, you know, the idea of, you know, substantially complying with a statute of limitations is not a legal doctrine. Courts are pretty happy to enforce those kinds of time limitations very strictly. You know, I guess in the vein of what you're talking about before, you know, I would even be willing to volunteer to draft a motion for summary judgment on this issue on behalf of the city at a substantially discounted rate. What's more, on a substantive level, I think a ban on valet parking is bad for the environment because, as was pointed out earlier, people just drive around endlessly, polluting the streets, polluting the air of our town. Secondly, a ban on valet parking is ableist. There are a lot of elderly people, there are a lot of people who are not so ambulatory who require valet parking. And for us to just go out and ban it now when it's not even an issue is just, it's insane in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Bianca Rowe.
There are some landmines on this one.
What?
I said there are some landmines on this one. I'm going to leave litigation alone. The reason that I'm here is because I think that we're missing a singular word, which is opportunity. And I think there's an opportunity for us to evaluate valet parking because we have an issue with traffic and because there are immeasurable issues within the infrastructure of town. While we don't see valet parking today, it doesn't mean that if we don't create some formatting by with which it should operate, that it won't be there tomorrow. So we've got a lot of vacant restaurants in town right now. We have no idea who is going to come in and take on those opportunities. And it is very possible that very quickly we might see new business owners, and this is just in theory, but it is the potential of why we should address this, facilitating new businesses with valet parking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in order to accommodate tourists. So the issue that I have, being a business owner previously for 10 years on Main Street, is that we have so much traffic. And if you don't regulate what's happening on Main Street, specifically valet parking, I think is going to be a nightmare. So you've got parking on one strip and you've got the second strip for through traffic. If you all of a sudden have tourists coming into town and they say, okay, this brand new restaurant on Main Street has valet parking, fantastic. I'm just going to sit here in the middle of the street with 3 cars behind me because I have a right to wait. And then all of a sudden in the middle of the town, we're bottlenecked and we're congested. I just think that as a business owner, having watched what the platform is for a decade, this is important. You might not see it right now. It doesn't mean that you won't see it tomorrow. And what we've learned from the chain stores is that it's really important if something comes to your attention and there's a loophole there, let's just take a look at it. Let's take a look at it, let's shore it up, let's have a look at the big picture, and let's take a pointed opportunity and don't miss it. Don't kick it to the sideline, because this is what we're here for, is to keep the flow, the infrastructure, the beautification, the operation of our town intact. So I wanted to just talk on valet parking. Good luck with the other stuff, and I apologize.
Thank you, Bianca. Weston, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. We have 6 raised hands so far. First, we'll have Beverly, followed by Renee, and then Jamie Fleming.
May I ask a point of order or whatever? I thought we were going to hear from, before we go to Zoom, I thought that, I still don't know what the issues are and why people want to ban.
I missed one. We have one more comment. Tom Francis.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your service. I just want to read some comments. Though Ojai is legally defined as a city, those who live and visit here experience it as more of a rural town than a city. Like our city's ordinance prohibiting chain stores, the proposed ordinance prohibiting off-site valet parking is an effort to allow Ojai to continue to be its unique and quaint self. Some ask, we don't have an off-site valet parking problem, so why do we need an ordinance? Therein lies the point of our ordinance, which is to proactively establish what we want or don't want, just like we did with our chain store ordinance. 10% of Ojai voters signed this initiative because it is a question they would like answered before, not after, we experienced the potential problems with off-site valet parking could create, such as increased traffic congestion and prioritizing parking access for the wealthy. Setting policy that clearly defined what types of stores we did not want has relieved the city council, city staff, local residents, and business owners of the ongoing burden of having to fight each proposed chain store as it came along. We want to do the same to avoid having to fight each proposed valet parking kiosk as they are requested over the coming years, and instead support equal access to parking for all, regardless of economic status. If the council were to agree to pass an ordinance that achieves our goals, our town would gain the following benefits. 1, eliminate the expense of putting the initiative on the ballot. 2, gain the opportunity to amend the ordinance in the future via council majority approval rather than having to go back to the voters to make changes if it goes on the ballot and the voters pass it. 3, eliminate risk to the city of having to pay tens of thousands of dollars of attorney's fees should plaintiffs prevail in litigation. Though some might say that allowing chain stores or off-site valet parking will not destroy Ojai, what we can all agree on is that keeping our town from dying a cultural death of 1,000 cuts is worth the effort. Please pass an ordinance that takes big city-style off-site valet parking off our local menu. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Can
Okay.
I ask, can I ask questions? Is there like a spokesperson for the people bringing this forth? Are you the spokesperson or Leslie Hess? I'm just not I'm still not understanding.
I'm pretty sure the lawyer is making a public comment.
Is the law, and I want to understand the exemptions.
Let's fit, okay.
So do you want me to comment on the
Like-
exemptions?
Huh?
Exemptions in which documents, Mayor Pro Tem?
During the parking committee, didn't we discuss that the Ojai Valley Inn is exempt? That
El Roblar.
El Roblar is exempt. Elderly people, their private parties are exempt. If you have a wedding at the top of North Foothill, you can have valet parking at the Presbyterian Church. I mean, there are exemptions.
So these are all baked into the ordinance as, sorry.
Okay.
And it's in the report.
Yeah.
We noted in the report that the initiative as proposed would not apply to non-commercial events at residential properties. The initiative would only apply prospectively moving forward, so it would not impact the approved any of the approved projects such as El Roblar Hotel.
And it only applies to off-site valet parking that involves the vehicles crossing public right-of-way or being parked in a location other than that which they're dropped off at, which effectively exempts the Ojai Valley Inn because their valet operation is kept within their property at present.
That's in their initiative.
That's in the initiative as proposed, yes.
So wait, it's what we're proposing?
No. Staff has not proposed any ordinance. It's in the initiative that's proposed by Ms. Hess and her followers.
Okay.
And those voters who signed that petition.
Okay.
Staff asked for direction from the council whether the council would like to submit that ordinance to the voters or something like it, or adopt that ordinance or something like it, or do something different. But staff has not proposed an ordinance. That's beyond our power at this time.
But how can we do that if we don't have a copy in front of us? I mean, I'm not as prepared as I would have liked for tonight, but.
The council was previously provided a copy of that. I confess I didn't realize it wasn't in tonight's packet. I had my own copy, but the council was previously provided that full document.
Well, maybe Weston could make some copies. We could take a 5-minute break. That might be productive.
Let's finish
public comment.
Let's finish the public comment.
Yeah, I need to see it.
Okay, back to our Zoom participants. We'll bring in Beverly Grossman Palmer. Beverly, you have the floor.
Thank you. And as indicated, I am counsel for proponents of the valet parking initiative.
Beverly, I'll ask you to pause for just a second and see if James Hahn can increase the volume for our Zoom.
I can speak up as well. Is that better?
We might restart the clock, Madam Mayor, given that she is a litigant.
Can we restart the clock, Weston, please?
It's a little quiet, Beverly, but we're going to restart the clock, and please proceed.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Leslie Hess, the proponent of the valet parking initiative, as well as Simply Ojai, and I'm here to make clear their objectives in circulating the initiative and obtaining the signatures of more than 500 City of Ojai registered voters. The goal of this initiative is to avoid more traffic congestion and keep parking available to all, regardless of their economic status. It's not to prohibit valet parking on site, and it's definitely not, to get into litigation with the city. The primary objective of the initiative is no big city style off-site valet parking in Ojai. These regulations do not apply to special events obtaining city permits. That's another exemption, so long as the permit applicant does not hold events at the same location more than 6 times per year, nor to events at residential uses that utilize valet parking non-commercially. The initiative petitions, as you've heard, were rejected by the city clerk for technical non-compliance with the deadline for submitting a proof of publication. To be clear, the required publication was completed in a publication that is authorized for the publication of legal notices like the notice of intent to circulate. There is no dispute that this notice was properly published. More than 500 voters signed the petition to let the council know their opinion that the council should either adopt the measure.
Beverly, can we just pause for a second? We're having trouble hearing you. Is there anything we could?
Let's see. I think I've had some weirdness with my
Beverly.
camera. Can you hear me better now? Let's see. Let me just check my audio settings. I think I fixed the problem. Is this better?
Hey,
Can you turn ours down now? It's too
Not
loud.
better?
Everything's
Beverly, we missed quite a bit. It was hard to hear. Would you mind beginning?
Can you hear me?
Can you start over? I'm sorry to have to ask you that. Can you hear me?
Or at least halfway.
Can you start? It was the volume was
Okay.
really low.
Sorry, I keep losing either the hearing or the microphone, but now can you hear me?
Yeah. Will you please start from the beginning of your
Sure.
Thank
I
you
will.
so much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for having these technical issues tonight.
No problem. Thank you.
So I'm speaking on behalf of Leslie Hess, the proponent of the valet parking initiative, as well as Simply Ojai, and I'm here to make clear their objective in circulating the initiative and obtaining signatures from more than 500 City of Ojai registered voters. The goal of the initiative is to avoid traffic congestion and keep parking available to all, regardless of their economic status. It's not to prohibit on-site valet parking like the Ojai Valley Inn, and it's not to get into litigation, which was never anticipated. The primary objective is no big city-style off-site valet parking in Ojai. To speak briefly to exemptions, the regulations do not apply to special events obtaining city permits, as long as the permit applicant does not hold events at the same location more than 6 times per year, nor does it apply to events at residential uses that do not
Beverly,
use commercial valet parking.
Beverly, we lost you again. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
In the published initiative,
Can you hear me, Beverly? Wait.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost probably your last 2 sentences.
Very strange, and I'm sorry. Let me get back to that then. So as I was saying, it does not apply to special events that obtain city permits and do not host them more than 6 times per year at the same residence or same location. And it does not apply to residential uses that are non-commercial. So the initiative petitions were rejected by the clerk for technical non-compliance for a deadline to submit a proof of publication. But the required publication was completed in a proper publication for legal notices. There's no dispute about that. More than 500 voters signed the petition to let council know that the council should either adopt this measure or put it to the voters. And that's why the proponents had to go to court to enforce the rights of those 500 voters of the City of Ojai. The initiative right is one from the Constitution. It's reserved by the people in the state constitution. That means courts are instructed to preserve the exercise of this right whenever possible. That is why the doctrine of substantial compliance, which Mr. Summers has talked to you about, applies to technical defects. That means a court will not invalidate all of these 500 voters' exercise of their initiative rights just because of a technical error that did not frustrate the intent of giving public information about the initiative, its purpose, and its objectives. And those things were not frustrated by the delayed submission of the notice, the proof of publication. Proponents are quite likely to prevail in this case, and if they did so, they would seek to recover attorney's fees under the doctrine of the private attorney general doctrine, which allows for the recovery of fees for the enforcement of important public rights, and election law cases are inherently implicating such important public constitutional rights. If the city wants to avoid incurring this cost, the city can adopt the initiative outright, or an ordinance that substantially mirrors the initiative, or can put the matter on the ballot itself. Thank you, and I appreciate your patience.
Oh, thank you, Beverly. We heard you. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Larry Steingold, followed by Tina Bermond, and then Anita. Larry, you have the floor.
Yes, Larry Steingold, citizen, taxpayer, and actually resident here, not unlike some of the others who have talked. This is like kabuki dancing or smoke and mirrors. I mean, the reason that the only people who really need valet parking are those who are required to have parking that they don't have because they can't open their business. Now, I don't know if that applies to the property at Suzanne's or the one next door or the Lagos, can't remember the name, over on Ojai Avenue.
Larry, we just lost. We can't hear you.
Mayor and council, it might be wise to take a brief recess. There's some serious technical issues.
Okay, we will take a break and we'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll restart his clock. Be my advice.
Larry, we will restart your clock after a brief recess.
Oh, thank you.
I can't solve the tech problem, but we have
So which commissioner are you going to put Larry on?
I don't know yet, but I'm gonna put him on something. I mean, he comes
Let's give
on.
this down.
Is simply Ojai named in this suit?
No. She named them. That was a surprise to me. The suit is named, the named parties are Leslie Hess, individual, versus Cynthia Burrell in her official capacity as city clerk, and the city and Doe's. Leslie Hess is not named in the suit. That was a surprise.
You mean simply?
I mean, Cynthia
Simply
Burrell.
Ojai.
There's no rule about when you can start items. Someone asked me that.
No, the city council has a protocol that doesn't allow new items after 10:30.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we did.
With certain exceptions.
Seems like I've been here longer than
And we can get around that. We can get around that.
With certain exceptions.
By starting a new item and then going back to.
It was initially her mic, I could tell.
I've been here until around 30, so I
You know what, we could revisit, we could print the ordinance out and revisit this. We could print the ordinance
Check,
out.
check, check.
Continue this.
James Hahn. Keep talking. Check, check, check. Syllabus.
Hello. You-hoo.
Yeah.
I think Wes is trying to get, there's only two hands here, and there's Wes.
Check, check, check.
And Wes is trying to give James enough of a signal.
Keep talking, James Hahn. Ojai City Council.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I would like to avoid, I can't talk now, but we'll go to discussion. Well, I mean, we're having tech issues, so. We really want to work this out.
Yeah.
With Leslie, or the representative, so there's no lawsuit and no vote if we can't change it.
Okay, we're ready.
Larry, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Can we please do a test?
Thank you. Great. How's that? Better?
Yeah, we won't start your time yet. Just keep talking for a few seconds, please.
Yes. Oh, I can, that's easy. I've been to Toastmasters. Everybody should come. Starts at 6:30 at St. Andrews.
Thank you, Larry. It sounds pretty
My
clear. We'll
pleasure.
get started in just a moment here.
Okay.
Larry, could you keep talking for just a moment?
Yes.
How was your day?
Sure. My day was great. I went to the athletic club and I biked over town and it was drizzling.
How's that sound, Kimberly? Does that sound okay from both sides? Okay. Thanks, Larry.
Ojai's a wonderful place.
Okay,
Yes.
you're on, Larry. Are we ready?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Uh,
First, are we all set?
We're
back.
Great.
Okay, now we'll have Larry Steingold.
Thank you. The idea of rolling over for a lawsuit for a friend or a backer or a supporter is bad business. It sets a precedent, and just the idea of rolling over for any lawsuit is bad. Okay, that's number one. The idea of banning valet parking completely underscores the reason why there are businesses in town that have parking that are not allowed to maybe reopen because they've changed parking regulations and now they don't have the right parking because they haven't been grandfathered. Those businesses are going to have problems. They may never open. Is that what we want? Do we want blighted businesses? Change the parking regulations so they can open, and then we can go back to thinking about valet parking on Ojai Avenue. That's not going to happen. You don't have enough parking. You don't have enough spaces. You need 3 spaces to do valet parking. So make a ban on valet parking on Ojai Avenue, okay? Or someplace, but put it through a process. Make it so that it's available, but you have to prove it. You're going to prove it that it's not going to cause a problem. I mean, this is bizarre. I mean, you're doing it to prevent problems. You want to go back to rural, you want to go back to 6,000 people in the population. It's about the wealthy doing valet parking. I'm not wealthy, and I'll go to valet parking if that's what it is for a fancy occasion, or we're out for dinner if you have to, or I'm handicapped. What are you going to do about that? You're going to, every process, we need a process. Have it go through the permit process. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not going to allow a kiosk on Ojai Avenue. It's not going to happen. I mean, let's be practical about it. You allowed the Ranch Hotel to open or have venues because they had to go out and tie up some parking lots around their operation, their hotel. That's okay. They're not doing valet parking. No, the patrons are running back and forth. Are they stoned? Are they drunk? Okay, this at least controls that portion of it. But that's beside the point. To have a ban, it's another no. Why not just say yes and we have controls? Isn't that what you want? We have plenty of regulations. This is just more of them. This is an easy one. Let's move on. Tell them to go away or let them sue, or let's have a referendum or put it in law and let them sue and let's go forward. But don't roll over. Thank you.
Larry.
Next, we'll have Tina Berman, followed by Anita, and then Jamie Fleming. Tina, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Really, I'd like to say that this issue of valet parking does not address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is that on many weekends, we are too packed. Patrons of businesses don't have anywhere to park. Community residents can't go to the grocery store. And I would like to make it extremely clear. I am so unhappy with that last vote and with the stance of 2 council members and 1 mayor, because look, at the end of the day, Ojai is shaped like a donut. You people that live in the city have a huge impact on us at the county. We have an extremely diluted voice, and we have worked very hard to have a seat at some of those tables for council member seats, or not council member seats, excuse me, but for planning commission and things like that. To have a seat removed is absolutely ridiculous. And it flows into this same issue of valet parking. We have issues on La Luna, Villanova, through the Arbolada, all over town, because there is this continued need to overdevelop this town beyond the capacity of the infrastructure that's available. We have 2-hour parking signs that's not even enforced. We have no residency stickers or any timed things so that we can get to the grocery store on busy weekends. You all know where I stand on Creek Road. It is a freeway on every weekend that you all throw your events that are permitted through the city. And guess what? You're taking away our voice. It is unfair. It is exclusive, and it needs to be expanded, not contracted. And if you all need to deal with one rogue person, deal with him. But you do not put the rest of us at risk and take away our voice, especially for how hard we've all worked to get each of you elected and for how hard we all participate in the betterment of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Next, we have Anita, followed by Jamie Fleming, and then Renee. Anita, you have the floor.
Hello, good evening. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I just have one quick comment on the valet parking discussion that I haven't heard. And that's the practice of valet drivers driving cars around until there's a parking space available. And, you know, it happens a lot. And, you know, especially if we're looking forward into the future, because they also know who's parked where, how long they've been there. And they say, oh, you know, that guy's got to be getting close to finishing. I'm just going to drive around a while. So the carbon impact can be significant from that part of it. So that's all. I just wanted to mention that since I had not heard it addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Next, we have Jamie Fleming, followed by Renee. Jamie, you have the floor. There we go.
As Jamie Fleming, I just wanted to echo what most of the previous speakers have said. From my observation, one of the key sentiments that came from the recent parking committee meeting was that a blanket ban did not seem to make as much sense versus looking into strengthening the process an applicant needed to go through to obtain a valet parking permit, which would include adding review by the Planning Commission. I think it's a good process. I love the fact that it'd be strengthened. I don't really agree that things should ever in Ojai just be completely blanketed with bans. So I think it's a really good recommendation that we have this process that strengthens what a person has to go through. So there's a lot of people with eyes on it. That's what I'm just hoping that the suit will go away, because I think this is a good solution that addresses actually everyone's concerns.
Thank you, Jamie.
Next, we have Renee, followed by Megan Smith. Go ahead, Renee.
Okay. Hello. Thank you very much. I actually I agree that the bigger issue really is the lack of parking in our town. And I think Rachel was going in the right direction on this one in referring it to the Planning Commission and getting the Planning Commission to take some action. And if we can actually work with Simply Ojai and Leslie Hess and say, what can we do to make sure we're never going to be backing up the main avenue? We're never going to be putting people at risk of losing parking places or driving around to try to find parking places for people. So there's many layers on this issue. I really hope that we can get to a point with Simply Ojai where we can sit down and say, let's work together. Let's work together. I wish we could stop the referendums. I wish we could stop the blackmail of you're being blackmailed, and if you don't do this, we're going to do this, and the whole discussion about strategic lawsuits and lawfare, those concepts are really appropriate for what we are experiencing in our town. And I really hope the city can set a tone of wanting to work together, wanting to do public engagement for the public good, listen to everybody concerned, and find a really good compromise on this issue. I think it can be done. I think we've got people who don't want to see a whole bunch of more, limited parking possibilities. But at the same time, there are people who may need or want it on certain big occasions or big events. So I think there's many nuances here. I think we should work together. Let's try to sit down at the table and work together and compromise on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Last raised hand we have is Megan Smith. Megan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Rachel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. I just wanted to check. Well, it's really nice to follow Beverly, Bianca, Tom Francis. I think they all have a relationship with you, Andrew, Rachel, Betsy. And I would just like to say that Bianca, when she spoke about our town, Ojai, she referred to a main street. It's actually Ojai Avenue. She also referred to chain stores, of which we don't have any. So I would just find those comments a little bit disingenuous. I live in downtown Ojai. I live on North Ventura and Summer Street. And actually, if you consulted with the police department, it's a thoroughfare. It's a racetrack. And so I welcome valet parking. It's a beautifully landscaped place. I have no issue with it. I welcome the El Roblar Hotel as a source of local employment for our teenagers. So before you say that valet parking is bad or that the El Roblar Hotel is a bad issue, why don't you survey the residents, your constituents? And I would say for the cabal, which is simply Ojai, Betsy, Rachel, Andrew, your constituents know what's up. We're reading the papers. It's Sabrina, it's Gary Schwanke, like the 7 plaintiffs named in the lawsuit. We're not dumb, we're following it. And so I just suggest that when you think about valet parking, get to know your constituents. You only won by 12 votes. And I suggest you just do a study to find out what a real issue valet parking is. And perhaps you should look at the situation regarding traffic and parking at Nordhoff High School. And also the number of memorial monuments that have gone up through the Arbolada on Cuyamaca Street. And so if you decide to outlaw valet parking, what it will do to the neighboring streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
That's all, Mayor.
That's it. Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'd love to begin.
Okay. Go ahead.
Microphone, please.
Speakers stated that the bigger issue is lack of parking, but of course the even bigger issue is too many cars in our small city, our 2-lane highway, some of our very narrow streets. And if truth be told, I not only would like to ban valet parking, I'd like to ban cars coming into the downtown core at all. But I believe that, at this point in time, that we're ready for a reasonable process. I was on the I'm on the parking committee. I'm on the Complete Streets Committee, so I don't recommend looking at any aspect of traffic in isolation. You have to look at the whole picture. And I completely agree. I don't want big city type infrastructure in our overcrowded downtown core. But what I would like to avoid is the lawsuit and going to the voters. I'm willing to spend days talking discussing all your concerns and finding a process through the planning commission, through the city council, through regulations, some process to handle all your concerns. There has to be a way, and not go not do a lawsuit or go to the voters. It's so. I was reminded during our parking committee meeting that if it goes to the voters, as I think Tom Francis already stated, and other speakers and our city manager, if whatever the voters do in order to change that, we cannot change it. We lose complete control. We have to wait for the next election to make any changes. So I would like to avoid those two options and meet and find a process that we can all be happy with. And I'm very happy to compromise. I don't really have a personal stake in this. I just walk to town usually, under normal circumstances. So, or ride my bike.
Rachel? Yeah.
Yes, I would like to share with Mayor Pro Tem Francina's perspective. We both served on the parking committee, and I think the ordinance as proposed actually has some of the exceptions actually make sense. I think it does make sense to protect our town from what happened in Santa Barbara, for example, where the local residents, the streets are now valet parking stands, and they're trying to redo what they had done. They're trying to do away with an ordinance that it's harder to prevent something once it's been implemented. And I will also say that this is a complex issue. In fact, I'm reading this book right now called Pave Paradise, all about parking, and I'm learning so much about parking law. So we are, and actually, to your point, one of the points in the book is that cars have more rights than people in a lot of towns, and so I want to also just say that the parking committee aims to address issues like creating additional parking, and I know that's been a big issue, and so I'm willing to negotiate something that would be a win-win for everyone. I also agree that we didn't have the ordinance printed out again. A lot of things made sense to me, though, and it seems like a reasonable ordinance.
Andy?
I am not ready for a valet parking ban. But I do think that the parking commission came to a sensible conclusion, which is that we should regulate valet parking. And if we can come up with a way of regulating that puts an end to the lawsuit, and which my understanding is that if the voters vote and it passes, then the only way we change that law is if it goes back to the voters again. Mm-hmm. So someone referred to this as an opportunity. I think we do have an opportunity. My biggest concerns in terms of what we should be regulating is that we should not have we should avoid the slowdown in traffic that would happen on Ojai Avenue if we had valet stands on Ojai Avenue. And so that would be a big objective of mine, is that it would have to be off on a side street to have a valet stand. And then my other objective would be to not have valet parkers parking the valet cars on city streets or in city parking lots. So they would have to find some type of private property for their parking. And, I'm interested, I'm open to any other suggestions about how to handle it, but I'd like to make sure that if we're going to regulate it, that we at least achieve those. Those would be my objectives.
Leslie?
I also agree that if there is any way to find common ground and to address concerns, that we should work towards that. I want to appreciate you, Rachel, for your suggestion at the very beginning when this came up to take it to the parking committee. I was skeptical, but I think it was a great call, and I think you guys did a really good job. And so that's great. I think this is a classic case where we should be able to find a solution. And I will say most valet parking, you can't park on city streets. You can't park in public lots. I mean, there's really standards around valet parking. They don't take parking. I mean, if you're skirting the law, yes, you might park, but valet parking, they don't park on the street. So, and yes, Ojai Ave has to be, it has to flow. But on the other hand, we do have handicapped people that would benefit from being able to, know where they're going or in some way, to have a drop-off point. And then as far as, taking it to the voters, if we can't find common ground, then I'm going to say let the voters decide. That would be my vote. And, it may be a year before we could put it back on the ballot, but it's not like it's a huge deal to put it back on the ballot because we don't need to get the signatures. We could just, as a council, decide to put it back on the ballot if we weren't able to find consensus, and we don't want to get into a huge lawsuit. This would be lawsuit number 4 from Simply Ojai, depending on how you look at it. And I also agree at some point, the lawsuits from Simply Ojai have to stop. And the more but this is an issue we can accommodate. This is a fair issue to accommodate. And so I would really like the plaintiffs to find a way to come to the table and figure out and find a way and find a way to make it work for all of us. None of us want, the look and feel of Ojai to change, but there are some things that we need to take into account. And I'm with Sousa, as soon as we can get that envisioning, those cars are going to park before they get into town.
Can I?
Thank you.
It's a quick question, Claire. What are those 4 lawsuits?
Well, there's the lawsuit against Matt. There's a lawsuit against.
Wait, Matt.
Yeah, Matt is.
I've not been sued.
Well, the city has. So there's Cynthia Burrell, and is that not you? Are you not? Who's being sued?
I've never been sued. No.
Okay, so who's being sued with Cynthia Burrell?
Cynthia Burrell and the city.
Okay, so the city. So there's 2 lawyers there. So split hairs if you want, but we have 2 attorneys on that particular case. It's one lawsuit, 2 attorneys. So 1 case, 2 attorneys. My point is, it's about dollars. It's more about dollars. Okay, so it's one case, it's 2 attorneys. The valet parking, we heard the attorney say, Leslie Hess and Simply Ojai. Maybe she was incorrect. She was their attorney. I don't know.
I think it's important to clarify I don't think...
Simply Ojai is not a party to this lawsuit. The lawsuit is Leslie Hess, an individual, versus Cynthia Burrell in her official capacity as City of Ojai City Clerk, City of Ojai, a municipal corporation, and Doe's 1 through 100.
Okay.
So Simply Ojai is not a party to this lawsuit.
Okay, so that's...
Right, well, okay, so, yes, maybe so, but their attorney said so. And then, you know, Sabrina Vinskus. I mean, I don't want to justify it. We have a lot of suits from there. Sabrina Vinskus is suing me, and by suing me, you know, we'll leave it at that.
But that's not,
It depends on the government code that you look at and how you look at it.
that's
But
not-
that having
That's
been
the
said.
next agenda item.
Yes, that's the next
Speaking of Brown
agenda.
Act
Well, somebody
requirements.
asked me a question, so
but
I
that's
just
not,
answered it.
but that's not simply Ojai. I'm confused.
Right, I'm confused. Okay,
So,
I'm
so
confused.
there's only one so far. No, there's zero. You haven't named one.
No, we have the Simply Ojai against the Becker Agreement as well.
There is one suit against the city as an institution in which Simply Ojai is a named plaintiff.
Okay, so
And that's this lawsuit challenging the Becker and Change Development Agreement.
so it's one,
One.
not four.
Same people, same people. Call it what you will. It's fine. I retract that statement because I don't want to argue about it. I retract that statement and I let it go, and I apologize for having made it. But the point is the point. So I don't want to argue about it. We got better.
Some clarification? Yeah.
Excuse me, that's point of order? No,
So
point
I'd
of
like to
order.
ask- I'd
Point
like
of
to-
order.
Council, can we hear some clarification? Are you
Yes,
open to that?
please.
Okay,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I think we need to take a vote on it.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
We need to
Hey,
take a vote on it.
please,
God, the chief's getting her working.
Let's take a vote.
let's have some decorum here.
Let's take a
Decorum,
vote.
please.
I would like a
Um,
roll vote on this.
Madam Mayor, I'd recommend taking a vote on the question of reopening public comment to hear from
Correct.
Mr.
Okay.
Francis.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes?
Aye, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
For the opportunity to just respond to a few things that were stated. I think the most important one is that the ADA requires every city in the entire country, it's a federal law, requires cities to accommodate disabled people. We have no intention whatsoever to get in the way of the city's ability or a business's ability to accommodate disabled people. Never was our intent, and it's not our intent now. For example, if a business has a member of the community or someone that's visiting here that's disabled and needs help and needs their car parked, we support that. Okay? So we're not out to create problems for anyone that has a disability or any special need of any sort that would deal with their car. No intention to do that. Okay, the second thing is the Simply Ojai did sue the city of Ojai for regarding the Becker Development Agreement based on violations of the California Environmental Quality Act. I'm sorry, I'm really emotional, so my voice is messed up, but just let me try to relax. And anyway, my point is that lawsuit is discussed ad nauseum by members of the public that like to disparage Simply Ojai. And the fact is that lawsuit, please listen, Ms. Rule, that lawsuit is stayed. That lawsuit is stayed, and it's stayed based on an agreement between the developer, the city, and the plaintiffs, okay? The lawsuit is stayed. And the reason it's stayed is because we're waiting for the outcome of the referendum process. And so there's all this discussion about the Simply Ojai suing the city and it costing the city money. It's costing the city nothing for two reasons. One, the lawsuit is not active, it has stayed until the referendum is completed. Two, the other reason it doesn't cost the city any money is even if it was active, guess what? Based on the development agreement, the developer pays all the expenses. The developer indemnified the city. So stop spreading misinformation about us costing the city money based on that litigation. It's not true at all. Okay? Second point, and I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, but I'm tired of Simply Ojai and myself being disparaged and people making claims that we're costing the city money when we're not. Okay? So the second point, the other lawsuit.
I have been watching the clock, although the timer's on. It has been 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah.
Based on what I was hearing, I will offer a suggestion that the council can ignore if they choose to, but I heard feedback that the group was pleased with the parking committee's recommendation. Perhaps one path forward would be having the two council members who are part of that parking committee, Councilmember Lang and Councilmember Francina, sorry for volunteering you,
love
to work with maybe myself, and then we could meet with the proponents to get their feedback on their concerns and talk about
Yes.
a proposal based on what I'm hearing and see if
Yes.
there's something that could be
Yes,
negotiated.
and if I could add to that, the parking committee actually asked me to do that, to actually
that's right.
negotiate
Yep.
with Leslie, and I said I did not feel comfortable doing that, because I didn't want it to look like there was any kind of backdoor
That's right.
situation going
Yeah.
on.
We wanted to be
Yeah,
transparent.
yeah, I wanted to
We-
be transparent.
Yeah.
So,
We'd recommend it be two council members and
Yes,
James and
yes,
myself
yes,
and
yes.
necessary staff.
Mhm.
And then we can bring that back to council.
I would just like to make a brief comment. I think, a couple points that are really important to understand that, rather than taking it to the ballot, passing an ordinance, there'd be no expense. That's number one. That's really important. And the fact that, and actually the most important point, I think, is that if we pass an ordinance versus taking it to the ballot, as you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, we can change it anytime. So anything that comes up, we have control of that, and I think that is super important. And there's no risk of litigation. So, I mean, and the other issue is that 550 voters signed that. That's 1/10 of our voters. That is huge, and that is certainly nothing to discount. I think we really need to listen to that. So I would make a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance that mirrors the initiative that was signed by 550 voters.
With that means, I would love to second that, I just don't have it in front of me. But with the understanding that there's still, when we meet together, that we can make changes, would that be acceptable? Changes if they're all acceptable to everyone.
So I have a question. Is the initiative the same as the ordinance that the parking committee came up with? Or
We don't,
No,
No,
it's not. So we're basically saying, let's draft an ordinance, let's pass the ordinance that Simply Ojai has put in front of us. I thought that we had just talked about trying to come to some sort of,
no, we're gonna meet. This is let's clear all this up.
The
clear it up,
motion,
please,
I
yeah.
think the motion that was just made was not to do that.
right, exactly.
So
It
just
was
so
not to
everybody
do that.
understands.
But could the motion be that we'll draft an ordinance that's similar, and then we'll meet to negotiate?
Yeah, if there's,
Yes.
so the,
I have a point of order.
I
It's been stated a number of times by council members that you don't have a copy of our initiative in front of you, which is what 550 voters signed. I think it's imperative that before you guys make a decision, that you actually get a copy of that ordinance and take a look at it. So you know what we're talking about when we offer to you, or when there's a motion made to offering you an option to adopt the ordinance, or adopt your own ordinance that mirrors the language in the ordinance that was proposed in the initiative process that was signed by 500 voters. So I think you guys should take a look at that. You're missing a piece of the
First of all, I just have to say a point of order. This is not an open general comment situation where the audience members can come up and say what they want and respond. Either we're going to have decorum and order, or we're not. So let's be clear about that.
Yeah, and also, if we need clarification,
If you
we
would
can
like
ask
to open
for
the public hearing, that would be, I have no disagreement with that whatsoever.
Okay, well, let's get back to Councilmember Lang. You were going to.
What I was going to propose is that we direct staff, basically a friendly amendment to your motion, which is, let's direct staff to draft an ordinance that would be similar to the one that they sent, and then we would use that as a negotiation tool.
I think there's a basic question, which is there were two different concepts being discussed. There's the initiative, which is summarized in the paragraph here, which is maybe it's a broad prohibition, and then what I heard the council talking about was something that was different, which was limiting it from Ojai Avenue and limiting it from using public parking. And so what I had understood was that would be sort of what we'd try to work through and put together as an ordinance. But when we draft an ordinance, I guess the question is, are we drafting an ordinance that mirrors the initiative which is kind of a total prohibition like moving forward, or are we drafting the one that we talked about of off Ojai Avenue and off of public parking?
Well, can I say, if it doesn't it make more sense to mirror the initiative and then negotiate?
It's pure policy
It's
choice.
policy choices.
Okay.
We need a clear motion.
Okay, yes, I understand.
So here's my concern. The word mirror. I would like there to be at least some, so mirrors, I guess mirrors have imperfect reflections. If we're talking about the idea that the draft is going to be something close based upon what this, I like the idea of James and Souza. And I'm sorry, I've been instructed that I need to say Councilman Francina and
It's okay.
Councilmember Lang. I like that idea. If, I'm also open if we can't, do something that to adopt it the way that it is. But I think that what I've heard from the public, what I've heard from the parking committee, and what I've heard from most of the council members is that we can do something here. And so before we get down to let's adopt a exact mirror image, let's look at where we can find a common ground that makes sense for the community.
I think with that, it's Councilmember Francina, Councilmember Lang, and staff meeting with the proponents and seeing if there's a negotiation that would satisfy everyone, or an option that would satisfy everyone. And then if there is, we draft that, we bring it back for consideration. If there's not, then we're back here and the council will decide whether to consider the initiative or not.
I would make
Or
that
whether
motion.
to adopt the ordinance that comes out. A possible outcome would be that Mayor Pro Tem Francina and Councilmember Lang come up with an ordinance that meets their estimation of the city's needs. The council could adopt that ordinance and then the plaintiffs act as they act. So if the city and the plaintiffs can't come to an agreement, the council could still adopt that and then the plaintiffs will do what they'll do.
But our goal is definitely to come into agreement and to have some kind of vision for the future, because the whole modes of transportation are going to change. There's going to be huge changes, and then we're going to have all the complete street changes. Our goal is not to accommodate more traffic. Our goal is to reduce traffic. And valet, some kind of measured, regulated valet parking would be part of that. We don't want to have any type of valet parking that encourages more congestion in the downtown. I think it'd be a really fun challenge to see what we can come up with.
James, can you make that motion so I can make it? Can you say that motion so I can make
so
it?
the motion is to authorize Councilmember Francina and Councilmember Lang and staff to meet with the proponents and determine if a draft ordinance can be prepared and brought forward to council in the future.
I make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to, it's 10:35. Is there a time frame? Look at James's face. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I can keep the housing element to 2 minutes if we can. There is a state deadline running, so that's the challenge with it, and I would love to postpone it, but we can, but the council has to make that choice.
Can I ask you a question? What is the state deadline? I'm sorry.
So we are out of compliance on our housing element,
yes,
as we talked about last time. So every day we postpone this, we are out of compliance longer.
Okay.
Which in part puts us at risk for not being qualified or high priority applicant for grants.
I understand that. My concern is that this is huge, and we've talked about having a housing workshop so that all of the council members can understand the ramifications of all of this and understand the housing element and how the state plays into this. And I think it's really, really, really important. And I think that we did pass the other one very, very quickly under the assurance that it was substantially compliant. And well, not really. Let me roll that back. We passed it very quickly, not really understanding because we were trying to make a deadline. And here we are 5 months later, out of compliance with no real understanding either. I think, I don't know how much the council knows about the housing element and about where we are in this, but it's hugely important that the council understands. So that having been said, if you believe that you need to have that kind of approval in 2 minutes, my concern is that once again, you have a council that doesn't understand I'm sure some people do, the deep ramifications of what this actually means.
And I can try to explain that in 2 minutes, and then if not, continue it.
Okay.
So first is we met with HCD today, sort of to speak to some of those points. We met with HCD today, and they encouraged us to submit as soon as possible. And the positive, I think, that we got out of this meeting with HCD is that we discussed the ability for HCD to actually provide technical assistance to us, but we have to submit to do that. Okay. So essentially, the reason why I want to submit is because the minute we submit, we are in line to get technical assistance from HCD to then work through it. Great. And then we would bring back, what I expect to have happen is have some modifications come back that they identify. We bring them back to council, and that's, that's that.
Perfect.
So
the other key thing
let me just finish. So that lays out why this, why getting it in today is important. And then sorry, I lost my spot there. The second point that I just want to make, the issue right now, there's clarifying the housing element, and then there's also the second piece of it that is a new piece that we hadn't had before, which is that ultimately the state at this point wants to see the city actually approving projects that are on our housing overlay. Right. And so we will still do our best to get the housing element adopted. We will work with them, and I think we can take care of that part. The second part that's going to depend whether or not we get this certified and get into compliance, I think is going to depend on if they feel we are acting in good faith on that process. So I can't guarantee that part yet.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
The other key component is HCD has a 90-day statutory deadline to respond if we submit. We'd like to get that clock running for HCD.
Got it.
And that if we submit it, then that triggers that clock.
Okay, so we need to move forward tonight.
That's
okay. So I would,
but it also won't be the last time, because we expect,
Perfect.
based on HCD's statements, they're going to want further changes. So without guaranteeing it, we expect a further bite at the apple.
Okay, so I suggest we move straight to public comment at this
Yes.
point. First we have Bill Miley, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Thanks, Lindy.
Sorry, Lindy. Nice having you here.
Yeah, Lindy.
Always.
Hello. Wow. This is a large revision to read and digest. 174 pages with multiple edits. There are two versions. One is the old one, and the second one is the new one, with all the redlining and yellow lining. My process for understanding such revisions and council recommendations is to have a first review by the Planning Commission. I stopped reading about halfway through when I realized this requires more consideration than just reading by interested citizens, and past reviews have shown limited participation. I strongly support your council referring this to the Planning Commission, even if they have to convene a special meeting to get the review accomplished so you can meet this unfortunate deadline we had last year, but we kind of let that go. from reading about the dilemma we're in with the state housing and development department, getting this done seems very emergent. But it needs to be done well. And doing it well, in my understanding, is processing it through the Planning Commission, which developed it. You didn't develop it. So if I were the state, I would look at the level of review and support and seeing whether the city of Ojai passed it through the Planning Commission or if they arbitrarily sent it in because they were scared of the time date. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather.
Thank you. Yes, there are a lot of suggested changes. And what I heard about the process, my question, I guess, is what is going to be the role of the Planning Commission when you go to this next phase? Because number one, there's all kinds of suggestions in there, things that we didn't do, which is about the subjective criteria on the code, barriers in the code, which we've been trying to talk about. So is this what the consultant's going to do that work? Because that's pretty detailed legal planning work, number one. And number two, I can sense now why you put in some of these prospective developments. An example is the Becker project, which is continually mentioned in here, and yet we have it on for an initiative. If it's voted down, we can't very well tell HCD that we're carrying out our mandate. And I was a little surprised that since Becker has actually applied for SB 330 developers remedies, that wasn't mentioned at all. And also we have an application in from the Bryant Street project, which would include 50 units. And that application is been submitted already. So I just was surprised that those two were not included, because those are actually attempting to move along quicker in actually meeting our goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand from Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Weston. Good evening. I do agree this should go back to the Planning Commission. I do believe that the ability to address some of the zoning and overlay things need to go through the Planning Commission first. I think that the city has been dragging its feet on development. The city has been lagging behind on acknowledging where and how to get more housing projects in here. You need to be more aggressive on it. You need to say yes to housing for Ojai. We haven't heard it. We've heard no to housing for years and years and years. I want to hear the city council and the planning commission say yes to housing, and here's where it can go. And it can go everywhere. We can make this happen. And that's what HCD wants to see. And you haven't said it. You haven't been willing to say it. I hope this is going to put the fire under your bottoms to say we're going to do it. We know we need to start doing this, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it now, and we're going to get it done. But I'm really sick of it. I'm really sick of it that you have been put in this position. And in some way, there's a part of me that says, let the builders remedy go to town, let them work with the state, and let the state come in here and see what they have been up against trying to get something approved. It's ridiculous. It really is. So please, let's have a change of heart. Let's go with what HCD says. They want to work with you. They want to tell you what they want to see in the report. Get it in the report and get the Planning Commission on board too. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. We'll move on to discussion. And just a reminder that we did just say yes to Habitat for Humanity, so that was pretty exciting. Yay.
And the Becker project is pending voter approval, not denied.
Right.
Okay, great. All right, so we're on discussion now. Yep.
I just wanted to thank James and the team, and Matt, also, I don't know.
Yes.
But I know that you have been on this every day, talking to them, trying to work your way through what they actually want and how the goalposts changed and why that's on us. But it is, and I just want to appreciate you so much for sticking with that like a good city manager would, and also a good city attorney would. And I know that it's been every day for you. I know. So thank you. I just want to thank you because it's above and beyond.
Thank you. And quickly to speak to, thanks, Mr. Miley. Quickly to speak to Mr. Starkweather's point. What we brought some of those projects up with HCD on our call today, and they said that's complicated. We need to work together. So there is no easy guide to this. The answer is we need to get in the room with HCD and work through it. So,
And I think it's important to remember it's actually not 40%, it's more like 50% of Southern California housing elements have not been approved, correct?
Something like that for the SCAG region.
Okay. Is there, well, moving along, would someone like to propose a motion?
So I wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I don't disagree. I don't agree at all with the last speaker that the city of Ojai is refusing housing projects. I talked to Johnny Johnson at length about where the Habitat for Humanity project is going. That piece of property was like available for donation to any affordable housing group that wanted to build it. And fortunately, we finally found, Habitat for Humanity, but there were efforts to develop that property. And I think that also just to address concerns by, people who want to see this reviewed by planning, I think we need to, first of all, at this point, we're basically being dictated to a certain degree by the state. I understand that this huge packet that we're receiving and is going to be submitted to the state is largely coming from HCD telling us what we need to have in our planning element if we want it approved. So it goes, and then there is no prohibition after we get in compliance with the HCD that we revisit components of it where we think we need to expand, but we would be in a lot of trouble if we restricted things. This is my understanding. If we restricted things that they HCD had required for us to bring into compliance. So I don't like I don't want there to be any suggestion that we're not following a proper process, because I 100% believe that we are following the right process, and I have ultimate faith in James and Matt in guiding us through that. Mm-hmm. So motion would be to approve the submission to HCD and keep our fingers crossed.
Second? Okay, great. All right. Roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, yeah. So we will, 6, 7, and 8 will come some other time, right? Okay, let's move on to council member reports quickly. Anybody? I just want a huge shout out to Louise and the Parks and Rec department. Saturday was a really great event, the open house. It was really family friendly and great community event, great energy. So thank you, Louise, if you're listening, and everyone who works at Parks and Rec.
It was a beautiful Ojai day. It was great.
I think they had 300 to 500 people
Yeah, it was
is what
great.
I heard. So
City manager's report?
We are going to put some information out and an invite out to the council and also to the public that we are planning. We don't have the details yet, but we're planning June 1st to have our flag raising for the pride flag for our first ever. So look for that in the next couple of days, the information to be posted. And I will be following up individually. I did have a conversation with the DA's office today, and I think it's too late to talk about it. But I'll be following up individually with everybody about next steps in that process. So.
Great, thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to future agenda items. I would recommend that we not add anything at this point because we have, we need to get through more items, and we have some carryovers. So.
Yeah, and I usually read those off. So right now, without anything changing, we have the grand jury report discussion, which I know is a hot topic, and I think we should talk about sooner rather than later. Plus, we have to respond. The district attorney's response. We have the budget workshop carrying over from today, and then the two pending requests: the indemnification request and the rental rate disclosure requests. So that's a full agenda, and we're pushing a couple items back from June 13th to the 27th.
So that would be 5 on the next one.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
about our max lately. I
Let's
think today
make
we
a
got
personal goal, or a group goal rather, to get through all 5 next time. And just
By 10:30.
Yeah.
What if-
That'd be
so
really nice.
the cannabis will be later in June?
Yeah, that was on the list, but I just had to move 4
We just wanna
back.
keep them
So,
posted.
yeah, so
Yeah,
probably,
okay.
right now it's penciled in for June 27th.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you all for a productive meeting, and appreciate it, and we are adjourned.
I don't want you to think just